Good morning and welcome to the NASA's Transformative Aeronautics Concepts Program, also called TACP Showcase. My name is Angela Surgeonor and I will be taking you on a journey the next few days to support our TACP family and the NASA Aeronautics Research Institute, who have worked extremely hard in putting this virtual showcase together. With almost 1,200 registrants from industry, academia, government agencies, and other organizations, the TACP family is excited to have you for this special event. During the showcase, we'll be sharing information about what TACP is, details on specific projects, including technical work covered with the program, and the importance of partnerships in all the work that we pursue. The showcase has been brought in guest speakers in the form of fireside chats to re-energize some of the creativity within each one of us, encouraging new ways of how we can strategically develop the future technology innovation roadmap for TACP and beyond. Although we're still in the midst of a world pandemic, and all the opportunities for us to meet are very limited, our hope is that this virtual showcase will take you on an inspiring adventure and prove to be an effective method in sharing knowledge across the broad and diverse aeronautic community. Throughout the showcase, we encourage all participants to reach out with questions through our Conference IO tool, along with frequent polls that will be conducted to make our next event even better. As in every event, a few housekeeping items we'll cover before we begin. So everyone can see, we have our platform is YouTube stream. Everyone should be dialing in from this website, and you can be found on the NARD website that was sent out to you for registration. And make sure you click on the green live button up in the right-hand corner. For closed caption, please choose the CC located at the bottom menu bar. Subtitles can be removed for blocking the important content. To change video quality, see the setting options inside the gear icon. Please check on YouTube live button to make sure it is red and live. If not, please click on that so that you get the optimum experience. For our Conference IO tool system, you can please enter this website into your browser, and there'll be polls and questions that can be added throughout the showcase. Please note that there will be polls almost after every single presentation that we would like your feedback to make the event better. If you have connectivity issues, slow, delayed, poor, or video feed, here are some tools you can use to make your connection better. Moving your Wi-Fi closer to your router, disconnecting any devices you're not currently using, close any applications in the browsers that are not active, disconnect from your organization's VPN, connect your device directly to the router or a Cat5 Ethernet cable, or restart your modem if you have major problems. If there's a service outage in your area, please, you're going to have to contact them directly. If you need logistical or technical assistance throughout the meetings, you can reach out to the NARI host through the platforms, the Conference IO tool system, which is a Q&A. You can add them in the YouTube chat box, and then also for internal presenters, you can work through Teams. So without further ado, we welcome you to the TACP Showcase, and everyone sit back, get your popcorn, and enjoy the show.
The path to innovation always has the same beginning, an idea. An idea is a product of the imagination, a picture in the mind, a dream. An idea can be a solution, or an approach, a course of action, a design. Often a good idea is improved upon by adding the experience and background of other team members, leading to an even better idea. And with work and dedication toward making that idea a reality, one day, that dream will come true, and something that didn't exist before will have evolved into a concept, a creation, an innovation like no other. An idea begins the journey that can eventually lead to revolutionary outcomes. NASA's Transformative Aeronautics Concepts Program, or TACP, solicits and encourages revolutionary concepts and creates the environment for researchers to experiment with new ideas. TACP's visionary approach drives the rapid turnover of ideas to innovations. And these innovations feed concepts enabling aviation transformation of the future. And to better meet the needs of the emerging aviation markets, TACP's research is organized to aggressively engage both the traditional aeronautics community, as well as newer, non-traditional partners. Indeed, partnerships are a pillar of the future of aeronautics for all. For TACP, an idea is the point of departure. Then follows the journey of this idea to a reality. This journey, of course, has its hurdles, barriers, and even failures, but for TACP and its associated projects, including the University Leadership Initiative, or ULI, the Convergent Aeronautics Solutions, or CAS, and Transformational Tools and Technologies, or TTT. Failures are learning opportunities that drive an idea closer to manifestation. These unique and transformational projects are driving the rapid turnover of ideas into future concepts that, in turn, will enable major transformation of aviation transportation systems. Over the next 3 days, we will take a journey that will transport us to various destinations that all began with ideas. And from these ideas, our researchers, along with industry partners and academia, have cultivated concepts and capabilities that will inspire new ways of thinking, will enable innovative designs, and will lead to breakthrough technologies that will support aviation transformation. Out of a breadth of potential innovative ideas combined with NASA Aeronautics' mission, a substantial amount of concepts were further matured into more advanced plateaus of discovery, innovation, and ultimately invention supported by TACP. But this year's journey was especially unique and challenging as we learned a new meaning of resilience. Resilience has been a theme that has echoed this past year across all of NASA, industry, and academia due to the impacts of COVID. But nothing has stopped us from moving forward. In 2020, our innovators and all who supported them found that more obstacles did not stop the mission, but rather, they redefined the way NASA can achieve success. This year's showcase is not just about the journey of an idea to its fruition, but it is also the story of resilience under adversity for all of those who worked so tirelessly through 2020. The ideas, work, and innovations that will be covered over the next 3 days are the result of this amazing dedication of our people, partnerships, and our collaborations.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 2021 Transformative Aeronautics Concepts Program, or TACP, as we call it in NASA, Showcase. My name is Steve Clark. I'm the Deputy Associate Administrator for the Aeronautics Research Mission Directorate at NASA headquarters. And of course, we're virtual this year for the very first time, but the TACP team has done an outstanding job in putting together an exciting 3 days of interactive topics. They're focused on aeronautics innovation, collaborations, and partnerships with industry, academia, and across the government. We have a large, diverse group of individuals from within and outside of the aero world that will share their perspectives on a number of the topics, and you'll be able to participate with live question and answer sessions that were shown in the beginning of this by Angela. So with that, I'd like to transition to introduce our first guest of the showcase. It is my distinct pleasure to introduce this highly acclaimed award-winning journalist. He's an independent filmmaker and has his own production company. He is also the science correspondent for the PBS NewsHour and a producer and director for the PBS science documentary series Nova. Many of you know him from his 17-year career at CNN. Miles O'Brien, welcome to the TACP Showcase.
Steve, it's a great pleasure to be with you all. My favorite people on the planet are in the 10 NASA centers, so it's really good to be a part of this program.
Well, thank you, Miles, and we appreciate you taking the time to sit down with us and share your perspectives on what you see looking in, and you've been part of this extended NASA family for a number of years. And we've always looked to you to provide some unique perspectives on various things that NASA has been involved with. And so leading into today, certainly we're looking forward to hearing from you on some of the areas where you see NASA can engage more innovatively all across different diverse groups, and where you see technology going, particularly with the maybe with the new administration priorities as well, we're starting to learn more.
It's an exciting time, and it's we're at a crossroads. We have it's been an interesting 4 years. I'll just leave it at that. The neutral statement about that. I know you had some interesting experience inside the administration during that period. I'm sure someday I'd love to have a few beers and hear what that was like. But I will say this: it's nice to see science front and center, isn't it? If we have science and facts and data at the center of policy, we're always going to be better off. And I think that's a fairly bipartisan statement that we can make. If we listen to the experts, the scientists, the technologists, and not question their data, but rather use it to inform good policy, I think we're going to be in a good way. And as I look at the priorities of the Biden administration so far, I'm thinking a lot about climate change and how NASA plays into that. And of course, the first A in NASA has a big role to play in all this. And I've spent the past year kind of delving into this. And we can talk a little bit about the film I've been working on electric aviation and greening of aviation. But NASA has a lot of roles to play as we marshal our resources to fight the climate emergency.
Yeah, good points, Miles. And it's interesting, you brought up the first day in NASA. I've spent a good part of my career on the science side and the human spaceflight side, and feel very honored to be part of this aero community now. And the amazing projects and research that's going on now, particularly in the areas of more efficient, quieter, cleaner air travel. It's just amazing some of the work that has been done and is continuing to be done in the research areas of biofuels, for cleaner fuel burn for aircraft that we could drop into today's airliners with virtually no modifications at all. But then looking at some of the technology development that NASA is doing with industry on looking to find more efficient ways to develop engine technology and aircraft structures, and just making it more efficient, quieter travel to really help support, the climate change research that's been going on in the science side and on the aviation side. So I see the two working well together.
Absolutely. And it's, you guys are like the little engine that could. You get about 3% of the NASA pie. I think, facilities and STEM education are below you, and that's it. What does that say? First of all, that says you guys are good. Sometimes it's good to be lean, right? Because it forces you to engage in partnerships with universities and the private sector in ways that perhaps other aspects of NASA have been slower to do or slower to embrace. But the other thing you have to remember about the aeronautics mission at NASA is, coming from my perspective in communications and thinking about how the agency explains to the public why it's worth the $20 billion or so it spends on NASA. Much of the time we spend thinking about, well, what's the relevancy of landing on Mars, or what's the relevancy of space exploration day to day when you have more, everyday concerns. Well, aeronautics doesn't have that problem. We all fly. We all want to get to Cleveland safely. We all want to do it in a way that is better for the planet. And so what aeronautics does affects people very directly in a very practical way. And so you guys might not get a lot of money, but you have a huge impact on the way we all live our lives. So you shouldn't forget that as you communicate the larger message of NASA to the general public.
Yeah, and that's a really good point, Miles. Something I learned when I first came over to Aero was just the amount of work that NASA research has done and then transferred over to like the FAA. The air traffic management system that's in place today, for instance, was developed by NASA researchers. And we're continuing to work with the FAA on improving that system and making it even more efficient. And we used to have the tagline, and we still use it today, is NASA is with you when you fly. It's very true, rings very true. And we work very closely with the aircraft manufacturers, the engine manufacturers, true public-private partnerships in just about all of the research areas that we are involved with. And, we're continuing to work with Boeing and the GEs and the Pratts and all of the various supply chain vendors as well to improve the aircraft technology. In fact, we've been working also with some of the subject matter experts on modeling cabin airflow inside commercial aircraft during these COVID times. And that work is continuing, but we're finding, air travel is really relatively safe. And, that was encouraging to hear the experts tell us that. And I think it's something that NASA continues to do to help even in these challenging times as well.
We know if you think about NASA's roots, pre-NASA, the NACA, the National Advisory Committee on Aeronautics. I mean, you guys are OG when it comes to NASA, right? And the original model is something that the aeronautics part of NASA has always stuck to, which I find very admirable, which is, generally speaking, we're here, the government in general, when it comes to science and technology, should be there to look a little farther over the horizon where the business model doesn't close just yet, and look at the ideas that may or may not pan out, but which, if they do, the private sector can take the ball and run with them. And that kind of partnership is so effective. And it's a big reason why we have this incredibly efficient and safe aviation enterprise in this country, is that NASA, from Wright Brothers days on today, NACA days, back at the mothership at Langley, was helping figure out how to build that next aircraft that goes faster, higher, and flies more efficiently. And that really hasn't changed for aeronautics. And it's really exciting to spend time around the smart people in this space right now, thinking about new ways to handle air traffic control when there might be thousands of eVTOLs in the air. That you talk about a busy air traffic controller, that's going to have to be done by robots. And you guys got to figure that out using artificial intelligence. The private sector is not going to do that. Figuring out ways to join composites and build composites lighter, better, and stronger. Hard to really take a flyer, if you will, on some of those ideas in the private sector. Perfect place for NASA to thrive. Coming up with better battery systems. The batteries we have obviously are not optimized for weight. They're for cars, and figuring out ways to make them safe and light and not inclined to thermally run away. Perfect place for NASA. The idea of the X-57, thinking about electric commuter distance transportation. Again, a little bit over the horizon for the private sector, but if you could figure out how to strap, 12.5 motors on the leading edge of a wing and modify them in such a way to make that efficient enough and practical enough. I just find it every time I go to one of the aeronautics centers, whether it's Ames or Armstrong or Langley or Glenn, I become so inspired. And this message of what you guys do to buttress so many things we take for granted, that flight to Cleveland, is a message which needs to get out.
Yeah, and to kind of expand on that, Miles, you talk about the eVTOLs and the electric work that we're doing with the X-57. We're starting to have more discussions too with the Department of Energy on some of their energy storage research that they're doing and looking for ways to collaborate with them. A particular interest too is our university innovation initiative that we have in TACP, and folks will hear more about that later. But it's really exciting because we award grants to university teams that come up with really innovative ideas based on some of the strategic focus areas that aeronautics has, and one of which is looking at the electric aircraft. And not only do we get new innovative ideas, and as you said, sometimes they pan out, sometimes they don't. But that's what research is all about. You have to have some areas that don't succeed because you learn from those as well, those areas. But this university initiative is also a great pipeline for training the next generation of aeronautics researchers, engineers, and it really takes all different kinds of expertise, not just the technical folks, but even folks that have a business background as well. That's really going to help bring on the next generation and continue to help with the technology development that's going to occur, and again, working with our university and industry partners. So that's a really exciting area, and I think we've actually awarded, I think, 4 rounds now of awards, and just later in the showcase, I believe later this week, there are going to be a number of teams that are going to talk about some of their projects. So it's really exciting.
Yeah, I just saw the other day, I guess it was Penn State got an award to do some work on hybrid aircraft, which, it's very interesting because you very quickly, I am, Steve, I have to admit, I'm a fraud. I'm a history major, right? I'm I'm not a scientist. I play one on TV, but I am an aviator, and I've learned on the job, so to speak. And I will tell you that you don't have to do an awful lot of mathematics on the back of an envelope to realize batteries are only going to get you so far, lithium-ion batteries. And we have to think about other ways to make this is one of the hardest climate emergency problems. How do you make aviation green? And these ideas involving, perhaps fossil battery hybrids and then, hydrogen battery hybrids, I think are really fascinating and allow you to open up your mind to the possibility of a transatlantic flight that might not have a carbon impact, with a biofuel or whatever. And so you have to think a little bit beyond specifically the battery. The battery, I think, is going to be a great thing for eVTOL, and it might nudge into commuter level flying for the foreseeable. But if we're going to make aviation green, which seems to be, a important and growing mandate, and climate mitigation seems to be a huge issue for the Biden administration, we've got to think of these novel techniques for storing energy beyond lithium ion.
Yeah, I certainly agree, and that's why we're looking at different areas and different collaborations to bring in new perspectives, as I mentioned, like the Department of Energy, or even some of the university research that's been going on. You talk about the electric vehicles. We've been doing a lot of work with what we'll call startups out there that are developing larger drones that will be operating in mainly urban areas, right? Initially, you've heard about the Amazon and others that want to deliver packages with these drones, but we also have a number of startups that are looking at air taxis or emergency services that can be used in an urban environment, in a congested airspace environment. And so we're working with those companies and partnering with them to start testing these type of prototype vehicles in an airspace where you may have congestion. And we've done some initial testing, a year or two ago. Now we're moving into the next phase. And so we expect to see some exciting results from that, developing, the complex air traffic management system, not just with manned aircraft, but with these unmanned aircraft operating together in this kind of urban airspace environment.
Yeah, it's a complex thing. I remember going to Ames and see them how they're working on this problem. We as human beings, we imagine an organized air traffic control system, the conga line, which gets you into final approach ultimately at the runway. But the robots don't think that way. It could look like spaghetti, and it makes perfect sense to them. But that's the way it's going to have to be in the future. And this is, we spent some time with Joby Aviation in Santa Cruz and with Kitty Hawk just south of Silicon Valley, and really very interesting push in technology, much of which they're standing on the shoulders of technology which NASA has developed over the years. But ultimately, these these air taxi systems, these overgrown drones, if you like, they won't be a practical solution for average people to get from point A to point B without NASA's help. This is where the government plays its part to figure out how they don't bonk into each other. And that's an important thing. And in addition to that, to the extent that NASA is creating partnerships in electric aviation, whether it's on the X-57 project or elsewhere, it is helping push, motor design and the idea of how you design an aircraft from the ground up. I walked into this documentary a year ago as a piston engine pilot, thinking, well, okay, so you put an electric motor in a Cirrus. That's not it at all. I sort of missed the point that electricity, when you go to motors and get away from these engines that are burning fossil fuels, you can start thinking about putting dozens of them all over aircraft, and you can change the way you think about controlling aircraft and designing them. You can eliminate aero surfaces in favor of motors to do the job for thrust and vectoring. So it really kind of opens up a whole new way of thinking about not just aviation, but really fundamentally mobility. And I really do, I've come to the conclusion, I'm sure you would agree, we'll disagree if you like, but I feel like this is like the third wave, the third revolution of aviation, the first being powered flight itself, the second being the jet age. I think we're on the cusp of another age right now. It's a very exciting time to be in this space, I think.
Well, and I do agree. Actually, we're kind of looking at parallel paths right now. We're looking at technology development, working with our industry partners on the next generation airliner. What's beyond the 737. But in parallel with that, these electric vehicles are becoming real. For some of us that are on the boomer side, you and I were talking about that last week. We may remember the cartoon, The Jetsons. They have these little air taxis that drop people off on the rooftops and so forth. Well, I mean, it's becoming real. There are prototype aircraft out there flying now. And, these companies are looking to eventually be certified by the FAA to start transporting people. And so, we are on a cusp of a new era of electric vehicle transportation. You mentioned the battery technology development. I mean, who would have thought we would have seen, I'll mention Elon's company, Tesla, with the number of cars that are out there now, which are growing, which is great. And now self-driving vehicles. And I know we're slowly getting there. About a year ago, I was out in the Bay Area on a work trip, and I was in the passenger side. My colleague was driving, and I happened to look over, and I saw a gentleman reading a book in the driver's side of a car. And I had to look probably 3 times to make sure I was looking at sure enough, it was one of the self-driving cars. He was completely comfortable not paying attention to the road, and the car would slow down and speed up according to the sensors and the traffic. Well, now, look at how we're going to do that with air travel. And we are on the cusp. So exciting times for sure. I think we're going to see a lot of development. And again, the research that NASA does is important. But again, working with those industry partners who have so much innovation and strengths in the commercial sector, combined with the NASA research, it really are good partnerships to bring these things to reality.
Yeah, I don't think the vision that people paint for electric aviation with eVTOLs bopping us all around cities, it falls apart very quickly if you have to put a pilot in every one of those vehicles. I think we can agree that's not going to happen. But we've got to make some progress on convincing people it's okay to get into an unpiloted craft. The real story about aviation, first of all, it's probably a lot simpler to imbue autonomy into flying craft because you don't have the classic jaywalking woman with a baby buggy story. And how do you avoid that? And once you get a couple hundred feet above the ground, things get a little simpler when it comes to autonomy. And the other thing that, unless you're close to this part of the world and aviation in general, aviation has been working on autonomy since the autopilot in the 1930s, right? This is something that has been a natural, constant evolution in aviation to the point where we are now with aircraft that are, fully fly-by-wire, and the pilot is kind of a voting member of the team. So I think that, the autonomy piece is totally doable when it comes to this area of mobility. The, kind of the marketing public relations piece of it is probably a little more challenging. Will people be comfortable doing this? But you and I know that the people who understand this technology know that you're a lot safer with the robot at the wheel than you are with the pilot who might have had a rough night the night before and forgot some aspect of his checklist, right? So I think, that these technological pieces will fall in place. There was a time when people were afraid to get on an elevator if there wasn't somebody operating it, right? And we all do that now without thinking about it. We get on trains that don't have engineers, whether it's at Hartsfield Airport or elsewhere. And so I think people are going to come around to this pretty quickly because of the idea that you can read the book as you're going down the highway. And, we're going to have an inevitable mishap, right? It's going to happen. And the question is, how will the likes of me and the media handle this? How will people respond to that? But, if you're really looking at the numbers on your statistical risk, doing what we described right there, even today, compared to the risk of getting on the highway, there's no comparison.
Exactly. And certainly we know it's going to take time for people to gain confidence in these systems, just like it was in the early days of air travel, right? So, this is where the communication comes into play, how our industry partners communicate the progress, how we, NASA, communicate it, because, we don't want to just roll something out and say, okay, this is safe. People need to see how things progress and see how we are doing in leading up to where it is safe to fly, and the FAA certifies it for use for passengers.
It's interesting where the innovation is happening in this space. A lot of it happens to be in Silicon Valley. I suppose that has something to do with Larry Page being there, but also Ames being there, and also just a lot of innovative rich guys who like to fly. Who knows? For whatever reason, it's outside of the Seattle-Wichita triangle, Toulouse triangle, and it's very interesting to see that entrepreneurial approach, that kind of garage level, although that's probably not entirely accurate, but smaller enterprises that are pushing this technology. And that's big companies have a hard time doing this kind of thing. Kodak invented the digital camera and put it on the shelf because they were afraid it would ruin their business selling paper and film. So, but as exciting as that is, people who have made a lot of money, creating Instagram, don't necessarily understand the brutal rules written in blood safety culture of aviation. And it is so important. It's kind of it's two very different cultures meeting, right? There is a very slow and methodical approach, an expensive approach, which gets an aircraft to certification. And there's a million good reasons for that. And I don't think anybody here is going to say we should short circuit that, given the 7 Sigma safety that we have in aviation right now. But, guys in Silicon Valley, what's their expression? Go fast, break things, that kind of thing. That approach can be very dangerous when you start thinking about strapping people to craft that are a few hundred feet above the air. So I think it's going to be a challenge for NASA and the FAA as well to be a part of that process, not, tamp it down too much. I guess if the FAA were around, would Orville Wilbur have flown in December of 2003? They may not have gotten the certifications, right? The paperwork, who knows? So how do you balance that entrepreneurial spirit, that wide-eyed enthusiasm, that innovative component with the pressing need to make it as safe as we are accustomed to in aviation? That's right. Your sweet spot is to be a part of that whole conversation.
Yeah, I completely agree, Miles. And that the balance that you mentioned of innovation versus safety versus the certification processes, all of those processes are working together now because we have learned from the past how better to work with industry and with government. These public-private partnerships that we've talked about have really evolved, and the transparency is more apparent, at least to me in my 36 years of doing this kind of business. I've seen the public-private partnerships transform and evolve to the point now where they are true partnerships. It doesn't have to always be, the government contracting to a company to provide something. This is more of a partnership where there's cost sharing, where there's skin in the game, and that's helping these partnerships because we all want to achieve the same objective, is to have safe, reliable, but innovative modes of transportation, air travel. So, and you mentioned the Larry Page. Later in the showcase, there's a panel. I think it's either tomorrow or the next day, where we have a panel of venture capitalists that are going to be talking about these kinds of things and their perspectives on the aviation industry and why they are putting money into it and so forth. So that'll be an interesting panel to watch as well.
Well, there's an awful lot of money, dare I say, maybe a little frothy at the moment in this sector. When you look at the amount of money that Joby has raised, that's just stunning with the help of Toyota. It's really I'm not sure that people fully appreciate how long it's going to take to enact the vision that is represented in Joby and the eVTOL concept, the problems of air traffic control and noise abatement and where you can land and where you can't, and all those things are which you guys are working on very hard right now, are not easy problems. And so I think it's going to take probably a little longer than maybe some of the investors in this realm believe or have been led to believe maybe. But that enthusiasm is you want to bottle that, right? Because it is it's rethinking the way we move around, the way our cities are constructed. I mean, we're not pouring any more asphalt anymore. We're out of space for that. It's just not going to happen. The pandemic has made us rethink our geography, our fundamental geography, where we live, where we work. Of course, they're all the same right now, but do we need to go in every day? Can we travel farther into an office? All these things are being upended right now, and I think that the electric mobility component, the eVTOL component of this, enables a complete rethink about how we structure our lives and our cities. And that's a very exciting prospect, because at the end of the day, what that is going to mean is less CO2, less pollution coming out of tailpipes. Because all of these ideas we're plugging into the grid. We got to get the grid fixed, but that's not your job. But we're going to get that grid fixed so that we're not pumping coal into the atmosphere. And if we can make transportation electrified in that manner and that convenient, this is the biggest single piece of our climate greenhouse gas contribution, if you will. If we can do that, we are going to really make a dent in solving this climate crisis.
And it's interesting. I see it as a convergence of events that are what you just described, what the effects of the pandemic. We've all been pretty much at home. We have not been going into the office in various geographical areas. Not as many cars on the road. Rethinking infrastructure and how we do work, and then bring in a new administration that has different priorities than the previous one, that's more focused on how we can reverse the climate damage we've done. And then we've got all of this technology development that's on the cusp that we just talked about. And there have been discussions about to support these eVTOLs, as you mentioned, vertiports. Where would you put vertiports to support whatever business base there will be? And it's most likely going to be regional transportation, as you mentioned. It could be vertiports outside urban areas that will transport people into offices and back out versus driving in. So this is something that I see, again, we have a real opportunity, we collectively, not just NASA, not just industry, but we as a whole, to really take a fresh look at how we want to work, how we want to provide services to people in the future. And we've got the technology being developed in parallel. How do we leverage that technology development in what I'd say environmentally friendly ways?
Yeah, this idea of kind of the hub and spoke approach, the vertiports, which enable people to live in places they might prefer to live in a city. It's cheaper. It's the quality of life suits them better. The schools, whatever the case may be. But I think what we've learned two things. First of all, we can do an awful lot at home, right? We've gotten through this thing. We're talking like we're on the Brady Bunch here, just like everybody else these days. And but I think in going through this, we've also learned the value of being in the same room. You know, I did an entire film for PBS Frontline at the outset of the pandemic, where everybody was at home, some of them homeschooling their kids in the background. And we did this entire film in 5 weeks. And it came out better than I would have expected. It made me realize that the infrastructure I had at my office was not necessary, and it incidentally very costly. And the film was great. Everything was good about it. However, at the end of the day, we all agreed that we really missed that moment when you're sitting in an edit room, 8 or 10 of you, part of the team, and you're watching a rough cut or a fine cut, and you watch it together. There's something about that creates, it's impossible to quantify, but there is some sort of moment of creativity which can be sparked only in those situations, or it's the walk down the hall with the producer you're working with when you get the idea, and all of that we're missing now, right? And so we need some of that. Do we need to go in every day, 5 days a week? Do we need to live, in a certain driving distance to our office? No, we don't. And we can find ways to commute less, commute farther using technology, and use the devices that we have learned to use in the midst of this pandemic. And that combination, think of that as a hybrid, right? And I think it's going to really change our lives in a fundamental way. You could say it's a silver lining of the pandemic. I don't want to get too Pollyanna about this, but it has forced us to a big rethink. We're creatures of habit, right? We want to innovate, but we also don't like change either. And the pandemic has been a perturbance in our lives. It has perturbed us in a way that has forced us to change and has made us rethink things. So I think we can all agree that in your space, it is an opportunity. It is an opportunity to help people rethink their relationship between home and work and their community around them.
Absolutely. And we're already seeing it too in some of the ideas that are coming forward from not just within the aeronautics research areas, because people have a different perspective now, as you say, working from home and the lockdown. We're starting to see it also in some of I mentioned the university proposals and so forth like that, where people have kind of realized, okay, where are we at? Where do we think we're going to go? A lot of people feel that we're going to have a new normal on the other end of this pandemic. And I tend to agree with that. Life is not going to go back to the way it was back in, let's say March of last year. And you said it, opportunity. Let's take the opportunity to take a fresh look at how we work, how we live. And I remember something that just struck me. I remember there was some data that came out, I think it was about 6 months ago. And it comes from Earth science data and so forth, from on-orbit data acquisition of looking at the atmosphere. There were huge drops in the CO2 levels globally. when basically, we were looking at a lockdown all across the globe. And I mean, if that's not like a wake-up call there, wow, we can really do something about this proactively and not just have to live through something like this pandemic for that to happen, right?
Well, never waste a crisis, right? There is opportunity in the dire times in which we live, and I'm starting to see a little glimmer of light and some direction to pull us out of this, and I'm hopeful. I'm a big space guy, as you well know, and but my favorite planet is the one I'm on right now, and I look forward to NASA again, because it's done it in the past, but it kind of, the last 4 years have been tough, focuses on this planet. And using the satellite infrastructure that we have to help us document climate change and the climate emergency and understand it better, but also helping fight it, which is what the first day in NASA is. It's the main part of your mission right now. So you guys are as important to NASA as any aspect, and really as important to really the planet itself. So there you have it. So NASA is about planetary exploration. Let's explore this planet for a little while and figure out how to get around on it without ruining it. And that's what you guys are up to. And I salute you. Just keep going, will you? Because we don't have time to waste.
What a great sentiment, Miles. Thank you so much. I wanted to break in and get some questions from our audience. Now, this has been a tremendous conversation and a wonderful way to kick off. So I do want to remind everyone that on your YouTube, in the chat function, usually on the right, there is a link to go to the IO tool where you can post questions. And we'll try and get as many answered as possible or asked possible of our guests. But I do want to start off with that. There's a couple questions in the chat, and I'm going to combine them, though. Miles, you mentioned the third wave of aviation, and there's been a lot of talk about that in some different circles, obviously externally to the agency and within NASA. So a couple questions here, a combo, is what do you see are the characteristics of this third wave, really briefly, but also, what are the emerging markets or industries you think will enable this third wave of aviation?
Oh, it's interesting that the technological convergence fascinates me, because so many things have just kind of come together at this moment in time to, and listen, we boomers, we've been waiting for this. I've been waiting for George Jetson, and I wanted that James Bond jetpack so badly when I was a kid, and here we are finally. So you've got batteries finally, 5-6% a year, plodding along. No Moore's law there, right? But interestingly, I spent some time at Argonne National Laboratory, and they said, look, we've been optimizing batteries for cars for a long time now. And now we're going to go back and look at some of the chemistry that we discarded because it didn't seem to work for a Tesla. And maybe we've already found it. It's just a matter of, because battery, as you know, battery technology and development is very much trial and error, putting two chemicals together and seeing what happens. So that's number one, batteries. Number two, the motors. You guys have helped push this in a big way. The motors are stronger, lighter, better. The aero surfaces of the blades themselves, you guys have done a ton of work on that, have really made them so much more efficient. And you can think about, bigger motors that can, get you the kind of torque you need for a bigger blade, which gets you a more quieter craft. That's really important. Then you look at composites themselves, which you guys, have always been at the center of pushing composite research. These vehicles would be hangar queens if they weren't built of lightweight composites. And that push, that relentless push to make things lighter and stronger is an exciting thing. And then you have to look at, artificial intelligence itself, because we are using, in a hive way, the human mind with our silicon helpers to design aircraft that maybe we couldn't even possibly imagine, because it forces us out of our, wing, there's the propeller in the front, the wings on the side, the tail there. All that goes out the window when you start thinking about distributing electric motors all around a craft. And then on top of that, you have, the advancements in sensors, these tiny MEMS, these little sensors. Think about what I have in this this device here knows where I am, and all the things it does. You guys don't even have to work too hard on that because it's all off the shelf, but it does make it so much easier to imagine these small light craft that have this capability to get us from point A to point B. So I think this exciting convergence of all those things has made this possible. And we couldn't have had this conversation 5 years ago. We would have said, no, we're not there yet. But it's just now happening. It's so exciting to be alive as it's happening because I think we're going to see it happen.
That's great. Steve, some of the conversations you might have had internally regarding the third wave, does it align with some of the statements that Miles just made, or where do you see some of the similarities?
Oh, absolutely. Everything that Miles touched on, as I mentioned during our chat there, we're looking at battery technology as well. We're looking at all types of energy storage systems that could potentially be applied to aviation. Not just electric batteries, there could be other types of energy storage systems. And that's where we want to go. We want to push the envelope of research to find out if there may be other solutions, not just necessarily improve upon technology we already have, but there may be some other technologies, other breakthrough technologies that could come about from the research areas that we're actively involved in now. Composites, we continue to work our composites area. We're now looking at, can we find a way to help industry increase their production rate for aircraft, to make it more economical for them to produce more aircraft. We've got the 787 Dreamliner, which if anybody has flown on that, it's an amazing aircraft. Like to see more of those type of aircraft because they're lighter, they're stronger, they're lighter, which makes them more fuel efficient. And we're working on a small core engines to reduce the size of the engine to make them more efficient, burn less fuel. You combine that with the composite works and the electrification that Miles has been talking about. You're looking at that next generation airliner that would be much more efficient compared to today's.
Yeah, Miles, you mentioned convergence as well, and the convergence of technologies. And Steve, you mentioned that too. And I know it's being discussed if it's batteries or motors or artificial intelligence. How do you converge these technologies to come up with our great system level solutions? But it brings the thought. Another question is, and Miles, you have a really broad exposure with the landscape of civil aviation, not just NASA, but so you understand the complexities of the problems and opportunities that may lay ahead of us. Do you see the convergence not only in technology, but talk to us about the convergence in partnerships? How essential is collaboration between the private sector and the government to achieve some of these goals of third wave of aviation?
Well, it's not going to happen without these entrepreneurs out there taking some big bets, right? Joby Aviation. I mean, what an audacious effort that is. Joe Ben, I think, is probably the next Elon Musk when it comes to pushing an idea into the realm of possibility instantly. Electric cars, everybody discounted them, and all of a sudden they were there because of that push by an entrepreneur who had that vision, kind of in a singular way. With all due respect to big companies and, for that matter, big government agencies, it's hard for them to do that, right? You sort of need that maniacal visionary at the center of these ideas, whether it's Larry Page or Sebastian Thrun at Kitty Hawk or JoBen Bidvirten, or in the case of Tesla, Elon Musk. So I just think that ecosystem. And this is the magic of our country, isn't it? Right? This is what makes us the United States, right? We have created over the years, and I think we take it for granted, but there is this partnership that's imbued in our system that the government pushes the ball a little over the horizon, the entrepreneurs seeing the potential for changing the world and making huge fortunes, get involved and pursue ideas in a singular fashion. Neither would succeed without the other. It's as simple as that. And you look at other countries that have maybe not the same approach or don't encourage the innovation or the creativity. We have the secret sauce here, and still, and there's nobody that touches us on that. And we really, we still can do that like no other nation. And I think that we should never forget that, and we should not do all we can to advocate to maintain that science and technology. I wouldn't even call it an expenditure. It's an investment by our government, whether it's through NASA or NIH or NSF, you name it, to continue that process of pushing far, ideas which might be more in the realm of basic science, but also, as you pointed out, earlier, Steve, in so doing, creating a whole new generation of innovators, entrepreneurs, and scientists to push this ball forward. So that's that whole recipe, which we kind of tinker. It's mostly the post-war model, right? And we stumbled upon this great mix, and God forbid we let this go, because it still makes us the leaders in innovation across the world.
Yeah, if I can throw in there too, I think you're hitting on a good point there, Miles. The government can take the additional risk in those research areas that industry can't necessarily do. I mean, they all have R&D budgets, but they can't take as much risk because they're somewhat limited. They're trying to get a product or a service to market, right? So that's where, again, the government, and in this case NASA, can take the additional risk on the research side, and working with industry, then hand over the results of that research that look like it will be beneficial to the industry partners. They can take it and go, thank you, you guys did the hard part that we really couldn't spend money on doing, and now we can take that and incorporate it into our designs and make it something that we can provide the public. So that's what I love about this public-private partnerships that we do today, and we're going to continue to build on.
Yeah, there was a question in the IO tool, Steve, that kind of alluded to that. It's how can NASA or FAA industry partnerships accelerate the maturity of technology to go from prototype or concept, being ready for certification in civil aviation. So you just hit on a component of that it might be the risk reduction. It might be the exploring and doing that. Miles, do you see any other additional ways in which that partnership can help other than risk reduction?
Well, that's the sweet spot right there. Finding those ideas, because when you think about electric aviation, for example, if you don't pick the right idea to pursue, Joby's going to lap you, right? Because they're going to go, they're developing, they're pushing hard, they've got a lot of money. So you have to find the spaces where it's too complicated, too far down the road for the likes of Joby or Kitty Hawk. And I think you guys are in the right space. I think the idea X-57 is a perfect example of that. Trying to figure out how you can make a wing operate in an entirely different way to be much more efficient. That's a tough problem to solve, and that's not an easy one to sell to investors. So I think if you always put it through that kind of that sieve of making sure you're just a little bit ahead of where the venture capital money would be, or even the angel money, you're going to be in the right spot. And then the other thing that's really important is you guys you're a sounding board. You have the expertise, you have the institutional memory, you know how to make things real. You got to the moon, for gosh sakes. You know how to do things, right? So this is important for a small company that is trying to push a cool idea to tap into those resources, that infrastructure of knowledge that you guys have built over the years, and can help them push things forward, but also remind them, hey, wait a minute, we tried that 10 years ago, and this is what happened. And by the way, if you tried this idea, it's not going to pass muster with the FAA, because just the knowledge base there it's just crucial. And everybody, all these entrepreneurs you talk to a person will say that this is invaluable to them as they march forward.
And that's excellent. We're running up upon it here, so I just want to throw one quick question out there and give 30 seconds for each of you to try and take a stab. And I'll try and make it as complex as possible to challenge you. But there's a question in the IO tool that, are there some things that TACP or NASA Aviation can learn from the EU's Clean Sky initiatives in terms of promoting innovation or industry, government, university partnerships? So are there any lessons we can learn from that, from your knowledge of that program?
Miles, would you like to go first?
Well, listen, I think I will give the EU credit for, kicking the airlines, give them lighting a little fire, a carbon-free fire under their backsides, because the whole concept of flight shaming and reminding people about our imprint, the fossil fuel imprint of hopping on the flight to go have lunch with somebody. I think that's been of good value. And ultimately we need to put a price on carbon one way or another, right? We tax bads in our society, right? It's a market failure because it is something that is creating more harm than good in some respects. And so I think that, you start talking about a carbon tax in this country, and so if I walked out this door, I'd probably be shot, right? So it's not an easy conversation, but I think that what's happening, interestingly, is especially over the past 4 years, the industry, because everything we do in aviation is global, is being pushed by Europe. So rising tide lifts all boats, and this is why the auto industry is willing to accept stringent standards on gas mileage. It's a global enterprise. Aviation, same thing. The Europeans say you've got to reduce your carbon imprint. Aviation has to respond, no matter where they happen to have their headquarters. So anyway, I think that was probably longer than it should have been. So I'm going to let you, Steve. I should have shut up. So go ahead, Steve.
That's great.
No worries, and if you hear some background noise, I've got a snowplow outside my house, so sorry for that.
I'm in Florida.
Real quick, I can tell you that we in aeronautics are involved with our international partners as well, and something that didn't come up earlier in the discussion. And so from an international perspective, we talk with our European colleagues about their Clean Skies initiatives. We look for ways where we may be able to collaborate as well in certain areas. Certainly policy comes into play, and again, I'll refer to the new administration priorities. I expect we'll have more opportunities to collaborate with the international colleagues that we work with to do more together on trying to achieve more global clean skies and green aviation.
That's great. I tell you, I think we could go on for hours in this wonderful conversation, but if I blew the schedule that early in day one of a 3-day event, I think I'd have some trouble. I'd have some snowplows at my door, I guess, right through my door. So first, what I do want to do is I want to thank the people who have asked questions on the IO tool online. This is how we will proceed for the next 2-3 days. It's our attempt to get as interactive as we can in the virtual world, so we appreciate that. And I do want to turn it over now for a formal thank you and introduction and kickoff to this to our esteemed program director of the Transformative Aeronautics Concept Program. So I'll turn it over to Dr. John Kowalski. And John, you can take it away from here and thank our guests and carry us on.
Steve, thank you. And yes, indeed. Steve Cromaldi, thank you. Steve Clark, thank you. And Miles O'Brien. What a fabulous way to kick off this event, energizing, thought-provoking, and it just leads into what I think is going to be the compelling agenda addressing our innovative objectives and this diverse portfolio we have going forward. But you are just what we had hoped for, and again, thank you both so very, very much. And to everyone else online listening in, welcome to the TACP 2021 Showcase. As Angela and Steve had mentioned, my name is John Kowalski. I'm the director of the Transformative Aeronautics Concepts Program, or TACP, and look forward to just sharing a few thoughts with you this morning as we kick this off. First, I want to recognize Angela Surgener and the incredible team that's been working alongside her to bring you this event. This event is unprecedented in its size and complexity for the way we engage with our community. And it's something we're learning how to navigate through and around during this pandemic. We thank you for all of the support for our logistics and the YouTube Live and the like. We're really trying to bring the best product that we can to you. And again, the team of Angela and Nari and all that have been helping this have just been doing a fabulous job. So let me talk a little bit about the program that I lead and even a little bit about how I got here. Over 30 years, I've had the pleasure of working at NASA. And over that time, folks now and again would ask me, why are you at NASA? What excites you? What gets you out of bed every day when you think about the work that you do? And my answer, frankly, has been the same from pretty much day one. And it's because I get a chance to work on challenges that few others do. I work with some of the best and most talented people in the world, whether that's inside the agency or outside. And we take on some of the biggest challenges. We're given the opportunity, frankly, we're given the responsibility at NASA to take on challenges that no one else is able to do. And I think we're allowed to take on problems that are not done anywhere else. But it's those kind of challenges that make me happy to get up and seize the day and seize this opportunity to make a difference in ways that matter so much. And I think that part of the conversation you were hearing with Steve and Miles were reflecting on a variety of those things that we see as the challenges and our opportunities for the future. As a young mechanical engineer, I started in the aerothermodynamics branch at NASA Ames, conducting research on hypersonic propulsion and the National Aerospace Plane. That was very prominent at the time and an exciting place to start my career. Later, I moved into areas of advanced computational methods and high-end computing, supporting those concepts and those very high-speed vehicles. And then kind of took a left turn and began looking at large-scale systems research challenges associated with highly automated decision support tools to enable optimized flight in our air transportation system. Each different, but each incredibly challenging and just a great way to enjoy my career and to provide value. But now, having come to NASA headquarters a little over a decade ago, I have the honor to lead a program that's targeting new concepts across the full breadth of aviation challenges and disciplines, targeting transformation of our enterprise and to catalyze new markets. Again, that's the Transformative Aeronautics Concepts Program, or TACP. So in a moment, I'm going to hand the virtual podium off to Sharon Monica Jones. Sharon's the deputy in the program. We work as a team to lead TACP at this point. And she's going to describe for you what we do in the program. And she's going to be followed by the talented leadership team that deliver impactful research products in the projects that comprise our program. I'm grateful to be able to work with all of these folks, and I hope that you'll be inspired by their stories and their work as I am every day. So, Sharon, let me turn this over to you for some introduction to the program.
Okay. Hi, as John said, I am Sharon Monica Jones, and I am the acting Deputy Director for the Transformative Aeronautics Concepts Program. So I'm going to spend the next couple of minutes, in fact, I'll keep a timer to make sure we stay on track, talking about, just giving a brief overview of TACP. Next chart. So before I, really get started into the presentation, I just want to recognize the TACP team. There were so many roadblocks in 2020, and as you'll see over the next 3 days, they still, met the challenges of 2020. So I just want to give a shout out to them. Next chart. Okay, so as we saw on the front chart, we are part of the NASA Aeronautics Research Mission Directorate, and NASA Aero is driven by 3 mega drivers. Okay, the first one, and we've kind of covered this a little bit, is this global demand for more air mobility, and that includes not only just as we saw last year in the pandemic, that even though passenger demand went down, because we were all in quarantine mode. But we had an increase in cargo. So so there's definitely going to be an increase in demand for air mobility. And also the other thing too is that in addition to our traditional modes of transportation in aviation, we also have electric vehicles and drones, and all of these have to abide together in the transportation system. So that's our first driver for the aeronautics vision. Our second one is, with this increase in global mobility, of course, we've got to be environmentally responsible. We have to, make sure that we're not depleting our resources here on the planet. So that's our second driver, is sustainability. And third, Miles and Steve talked about this, this convergence, technology convergence. It was really, looking at, combining multiple sectors such as, manufacturing, Dolly G, communications and things of that nature to really transform our air transportation system. Next chart. Okay. All right. So, the mega drivers are just a subset of our overall aeronautics strategic implementation plan for ARMD. And so, if you actually look at our strategic implementation plan, which was first published, I think, in about 2015, but it usually gets updated once every 2 years, and specifically for TACP. There are two roles that they have identified for us. One is the convergence of traditional aeronautics disciplines with other emerging technologies. And then also, looking at multidisciplinary revolutionary concepts that transform aviation. So it's that whole transformative is what we're all about. Transformation is what we're all about. And so we do that with the three projects within TACP. First is our transformational tools and technologies, which we abbreviate as TCube. So TCube is organized by in two components to TCube. One are the enduring disciplines such as structures and materials, combustions, and so so that's one area that so it's enduring disciplines are the things that are we have experts in this area, and so it takes time to develop technologies to really transform the aviation system. So that's one aspect of TCube. The other are we have some specific components of TCube that are aligned to our ARMD research priority areas. In particular, like for instance, we have revolutionary aviation mobility. I think is that right? Yeah, revolutionary aviation mobility is one of the particular, just one of the subcomponents of TCube. So that's TCube. Our second project is Convergent Aeronautics Solutions. And this project is really looking at, how can we, come up with ideas to really transform aeronautics. When we initially started this program in about 6 or 7 years ago, the researchers were tasked to, come up with, compose teams that were comprised of researchers at various centers. So that was one of the criteria is that, you just didn't do research just with your particular team. It was that whole innovation, coming up with new ideas and different perspectives. And so, the researchers presented their proposals. And if they were selected, they were given funding, and they were these activities were investigated for over 2 to 3 years. And so that was the way that CAS was originally structured. But as you'll find out, over the course of the next couple of days, they've gone through what they've called this CAS Reimagine, where they've pivoted to, they're still doing these transformational research activities, but they've pivoted to more geared to what are the problems that we're solving, and then coming up with the technologies that address those problems. And our third project is the University Innovation, and it's in the title. It's getting the universities to help us innovate, and it's, UI is composed of 2 elements: the University Leadership Initiative, which is, multi universities, multi-year funding, and multi-million dollars. These are huge grants that are, multiple universities are working together with industry partnerships, and they're, addressing some of the challenges in our aviation portfolio. And then also, smaller subset, but still important, is the University Student Research Challenge, where the University Leadership Initiative is led by, professors, from various universities. The University Student Research Challenge are, research ideas that are originated with our students. So student teams, and we encourage the student teams to, have some crowdsourcing. Put a business student in there to help them, address these university challenge, research challenges. So that's the 3 projects within TACP. Next chart. All right. So the rest of my presentation, I'm looking at time here, is to look at our 5 objectives to really make TACP unique compared to the other programs within the Mission Directorate. And so I've kind of, we've got 5 categories, and one is R&D strategy, transformation, agility, a culture of innovation, and aviation outcomes. And I'll go into more detail on the upcoming charts. Next chart. All right, so, we're in aeronautics, so we've got to align to the R&D strategy. I talked about the mega drivers, and the rest of the portfolio is aligned to, the R&D portfolio is aligned to what we call our strategic thrust. They modify quite, occasionally, we tweak them a little bit every 2 years. We update our portfolio. But one of the things that I really want to point out, that unlike the other 3 programs within the R&D, within aeronautics, TACP is the only one that supports all 6 of R&D strategic thrusts. And just a sampling of some of the research. I mean, I don't have time to go through everything that we do, but coming up with next generation air transportation system communications, technologies. You'll hear about some of the research that's being done in T-Cubed, and one of our ULI grantees down in Texas. They're looking at research that will reduce supersonic noise. Then we also have research materials. Oops. Okay. We're also looking at using our advanced our knowledge of structures of materials to help come up with technologies that will help with electrified aircraft propulsion. Next generation air batteries are necessary, and then also we need to be able to fly these new concepts in all types of weather. How can we do that? And then, of course, AI methods for autonomous systems. So that's what we do for our first objective strategy. Next. All right. I've got the 5-minute warning there. So let's. I'll go through these quickly. Our second one is transformation, and this one is to really it's in our title. How can we do high risk research that really transforms aviation? And one example is the work that's being done in the Scalable Traffic Management Emergency Response Operation, or STEREO, is one of the CAS activities where they're looking at what are some prototype, looking at how can we modify the air traffic management system to reduce the amount of time that it takes to respond to natural disasters. And this is the convergence of UTM, automation, human machine integration. And so this is just one of example of the transformative research that's being done at TACP. Next chart. Okay, agility. All right. Okay, so because we're doing foundational research, it takes time to do it, but we also have to have that ability to be agile, to change direction, or to look at things quickly, because things may change during the course of the year. And as example is the what happened with COVID. Last year this time, we're kind of hearing a little bit about COVID, but but who knew that it was going to turn out what what eventually happened in 2020. And so so agility. And one of the things that we did last year, and you'll hear about it when PK talks about in his Honori section, is the workshops that we sponsored to help the air travel industry look at the challenges that that COVID posed to them. I mentioned on the previous chart about the work that's being done in stereo. And we're looking at some collaboration with the Forestry Service and CAL FIRE to see if we can use some of the technologies that are being developed in stereo to help support wildfire mitigation. Next chart. All right. In order to do this, we've got to come up with a totally new way of doing innovation. And so we are, changing the culture of how we do aerospace research, coming up with unique processes, that next generation workforce, that the UI research, helps not only UI, but also, internally, bringing in the next generation of researchers. Diversity, in the workforce and the partnerships. And, are we just, instead of just working with our traditional partners, working with some of the upstarts and, bringing in new ideas. Just an example of, how we're really trying to get different, opinions. Over half of the awards that and the grants that we provided in the first 3 rounds of ULI, over half of the PIs were new first-time NASA grantees. So so we're changing it up there. And also I want to note that 5 of the participants are from historically Black colleges and universities, and one of them is actually leading one of these grants. And then and also same thing with minority serving institutions. We have a lead of one of these grants at one of the MI sites. So next chart. All right, we can do great work, but if nobody's hearing it, then we want to get it out. And so aviation outcomes, we've been and we're meeting that challenge. You see in the upper right hand corner, there's Justin Gray, who's accepted an award on behalf of the team that developed the Open MDAO, as an acronym, a multidisciplinary design analysis and optimization. Okay, and then also in the middle, you see Mark Scoob, who's also accepting an award, and really big award. It's the Collier Trophy, and so he's accepting it on behalf of the team, and so and just the multitude of work that we're doing, we're really contributing to the body of knowledge. Last year alone, we had 125 conference papers, over 125 peer-reviewed publications, and 20 patents. So, next chart. So in summary, this is TACP. Just very quickly, you're going to hear a lot more detail over the next three days, but just want to kind of highlight some of what makes us unique. Next, can you hit the? Thank you. And so these 5 components are what makes us stand out from the other programs in the Mission Directorate. Again, and to help you, if you group them together, it forms TAC. So it's the TAC program, and I kind of sped through that quickly, but I wanted to make sure we had time for question and answer. So I'm going to turn it back over to the virtual mic over to Steve, so he can start the question and answer period.
Great, Sharon. Thanks very much. Appreciate the overview there. I think it's a great information for the group to see, for our audience to see, and we're going to see obviously over the 3 days a lot more details in this overview. But I wanted to start off with a quick little question, and I wanted to remind everybody again, the IO tool question link is in the YouTube chat, so feel free to please go on there and load up a question or two, and we'll get to as many of those as we can in these next few minutes. Well, to start us off, I wanted to kind of transition from that kickoff fireside chat we heard with Steve and Miles earlier and the importance of NASA's collaboration with industry. I know we'll hear details when we dig into the projects a little later in the week, but I turn to you, John. John, where do you see some of the greatest high-level potential for TACP to affect some of these collaborative partnerships with industry?
Thanks, Steve. Yeah, I think the beauty of the program that we have in TACP and the range of work that we do across all three projects offers us a number of different ways in which we can deliver to industry. Things that matter to industry. I'll take ULI, the University Leadership Initiative, as an example. As much as we're working on longer-term activities, each of those ULI teams have a strong collection of other academics, but industry partnerships here. What they are delivering in terms of any of their specific capabilities and advancements are directly being transitioned to interested industry partners for opportunity. We are seeing things in a lot of our electric machine work that's being done in a couple of our ULIs, for which the industry partners are already looking to take sub-elements of that activity, individual tools and capability, and transitioning into their drive to bring electric aviation greater to the system. CAS, in a lot of the work, some of the work they're doing in our composite work, you can hear a little bit about Aerobond in a day or so, are finding ample partners that are showing interest, and we're transitioning in tools and capabilities to them. T-Cubed in particular, in terms of the tools for combustion modeling, for the MDAO tool that Sharon had talked about, are all things that industry is finding great needs for, as well as our other government partners. So there's just huge opportunity that we're doing in ways that, again, the investment is showing great value in terms of those deliverables to our partners in the value to industry.
Thanks for that overview. And I think what goes hand in hand, obviously, with the structures, the projects, the industry, the collaborations are the people themselves. And there's a question in the IL tool that really links to this, and it's how will TACP build an agile, flexible environment and workforce to deliver the third wave of aviation that Miles spoke to? So specifically, how do we build that agility within either the systems or the workforce to enable that third wave?
Yeah, I'll make a comment here, then turn it to Angela for her thoughts as well. That agility, that interest in driving things to change through innovation in procedures and the way we manage our people, the way we organize, and the way we do our technology is the key part of that. We've had great success over nearly a century, over a century, I should say, with NASA going back to the NACA days. So in certain respects, we find we've got an approach that has been very successful. It's hard to change. But what we are seeing in terms of the new talent that we are bringing in, our agile minds and innovative minds in our new employees are allowing us to take risks that we may not have done before. I think in CAS and in UI, as well as in T-Cubed, we're putting those young engineers to work with some of our mentors in order to recognize that there are different ways to take on these challenges. They are willing to work hard and fail, if you will, not be successful the first time, and pivot and make progress faster for reasons of this agile environment. We need to work closely with our centers and with our projects. We're doing that. It's going to take time, but I think we're already making strides there, and we're seeing that across the breadth of the program. Sharon, any thoughts from you?
One of the things that I didn't cover in the due to the limit of time was that this whole permeable boundary, that the fact that we don't have these walls between CAS and T-Cubed, and then if we need to move personnel from one project to the other, we have that flexibility, and that helps us to really use the talent within the program where it's best needed to solve problems.
Excellent. And I think those are going to be good, challenging aspects to try and incorporate, but very, very, very worth it when they go forward. There's a great question in the IL conference tool that really starts hitting at some of this concepts of innovation that we're talking about, trying to push those boundaries. But it's worthy of throwing out to the table there. Then the question goes: transformative innovations are rarely obvious when they're first conceived. So how does TACP embrace this early innovation obscurity, if you will, and allow new ideas that may not have formal system studies with highly reliable predictions of benefits? So again, it's that risk. It's that risk, taking of that risk and welcoming that risk that I think Steve and Miles talked about in the kickoff.
Yeah. So again, let me throw out a few thoughts and turn it to Sharon as I finish. The intention of CAS in particular is to get at just that kind of mindset and that risk taking. CAS activities are not long, 1 year, 18 months, 2 years kind of length, where we look to understand the feasibility of an approach. And we are working hard to be as risk tolerant as we can in terms of accepting those ideas, funding them, and letting our folks drive them with low management overhead to make sure that they're able to drive hard on coming up with those things. I'll be frank, we have not been as risk averse in some of those selections, and that's on me, as I know we want to be. But as we are looking to change our mindset in the project, we're going to be taking on activities that can be a little bit more rapid and agile in that regard. I'll bring up one example without a lot of detail, but we had one project that we started in the last round of CAS that the researchers came at about the midpoint saying, we're hitting roadblocks. We are not meeting the objectives that we had set out. And we're very honest in terms of that. And as a result, we stopped that work. Was it easy? No. Were the researchers happy? No. But I think we're setting that precedent and a clear understanding that is not a failure in our mind. That is something that is critical to learning fast, pivoting, and taking on new challenges, stopping things and starting new ones. So it's going to take some time, but I think we're on the right road there. Sharon, anything from you on that?
No, I think you captured it. That whole pivot to a culture of smart failure is really what we're trying to move towards. And in fact, that's one of the priorities that we're looking at for FY21 is really trying to say it's okay to fail.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that is a delicate balance. It's easy to say this, and it's really delicate to do that, especially with public sector dollars. And I think the efforts going forward are going to be essential to do this. And I love the goals we've heard so far, and shooting forward with some of that. So
yeah.
Let me throw one more question. Oh, go ahead, John.
I just want to thank the ARMD leadership, our Office of the Associate Administrator, for giving us that ability to take these kind of risks. Those are things that need to be communicated and supported at the leadership level. I think we've got that. We've been given these freedoms to do these things, so we're going to be taking those opportunities to learn fast, and maybe some failures, but learn fast and grow more quickly, which I think is only good things for all of us.
Excellent. I think we have time for one last question. I'm going to pull it from the IL tool, and it's about the university initiative, and a key challenge for the university initiative is getting actionable, practical research out of these academic grants. So they do benefit industry. We all know the tremendous benefit of engaging these young, brilliant minds at the universities to help develop them to be the future of aerospace technologies. But we do want to see the benefits out of these research too. So the question is, how can NASA work with the FAA or industry or any other fields to ensure that the university initiative provides outcomes that directly benefit real solutions for civil aviation and the new technology?
Yeah. So full transparency, we are just about this upcoming year to complete our first selection round of ULI schools. So some of these aviation outcomes are still to be realized. However, what we are seeing as a result of the work that all these schools have done to bring in diverse partners, industry and academic partners, we're seeing opportunities where things have actually moved. Whether some of it is in the form of workforce that are moving directly to some of these companies or even to NASA and other government spots. We've seen in one particular activity that there's a flight test program that is being pursued with one of our industry partners. And again, some of the tools in areas of, again, electrification of aviation and battery management and thermal management are actually being transferred directly to industry use right now. So we are seeing that as a result of the way we've managed this, and those teams have brought in industry that really cares. Not industry that's there just to make it look good in terms of supporting industry partners, but they are there for a very strong technical business reason, and they're beginning to see some of that. More coming forward. We want to be able to highlight them, but it's still a little early. But I think that the flight test and some of the tools in battery management are great examples of things that we're doing right now.
That is great. It absolutely is energizing, even for folks on this call and us that aren't at college age anymore. It is really energizing to see those folks and the professors really doing such great things there. So again, thank you for those responses. We're about out of time for the question and answer. I want to thank John and Sharon so much for the presentation, so much for the kickoff, so much for your team pulling together these next 3 days. I think it's going to be really exciting. I do want to thank everybody as asking questions on the IO tool. Again, please continue to do that over the next few days. You'll see there's lots of questions. We can only get to so many, but if you're noticing, we have some moderators behind the scene that are answering questions by typing them in. So that helps out as well. And also, I want to remind you, in the YouTube chat section, there is a link for polls. We want to get a poll at the end of each of this session. I was delinquent in mentioning that in the kickoff, but try and log on to those. We really want your feedback. We're going to continue to ask this. Everything you can contribute, positive, negative, critiques, whatever you'd like, will only make this event better through the next 2 days and going forward. So we do want to thank you for that. And at this time, I'll reward you all then with, let's take a little bit of a break. Let's take a virtual break here and 10 minutes or so. So we'll ask everybody to come back at 45 to 46 minutes after the hour, and we'll kick right into our next session. So again, thank you all for this early kickoff. Thanks for your participation. And we see you in about 8 or 10 minutes.
Thank you all.
Bye.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back. What a great morning session we had. Next on our agenda, we have a Dr. Thomas Roger. He's an international aviation expert. From 2008 to 2020, he was the Assistant Director Environment Technology at the IATA, basically International Air Transport Association, in charge of all technical and scientific aspects of sustainable aviation. He has been a member of several working committees in ICAO's Committee of Aviation Environmental Protection, also known as CAPE. He's also rapporteur of the Environment and Energy Working Group and the Advisory Council for Aviation Research and Innovation in Europe, which is also called ACARE. Thomas will be giving us an international perspective and innovative solutions for sustainable aviation, which is a great follow-up to the earlier discussion that Miles and Steve had on the importance of the future of green aviation. Let's welcome Thomas to our showcase, calling all the way in from Switzerland. It's a little dark there now, but we can see you loud and clear. Handing it off to you, Thomas.
Yeah, thank you very much, Angela, for the introduction, and thanks to the organizers for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to speak to you today. Yes, thank you. Sustainable aviation, we've heard it several times this morning. This is the real big challenge of aviation and of new developments and transformative concepts in aeronautics. I like the title of this program very much. I think it's just to the point. But from the development of a new technology concept to its implementation in daily flight operations, it's a long way. And so to see what the impact really is of new concepts on the sustainability of air transport, we need to evaluate not only the technical aspects, but also the implementation into the real world economic aspects, the political framework, and so on. And I would like to talk to you today about a project, a task that I've been doing together with your colleague Rich Walls, in the framework of a working group of ICAO, of the International Civil Aviation Organization, which is the UN organization for civil aviation. So could I have the next slide, please? Yeah, so I guess you're all familiar with the fact that aviation is only producing 2% of global CO2 emissions. There are other sources like energy production, road transport, etc., which are much higher. But aviation is very visible and is in the focus of public attention. And of course, every percent of CO2 emissions, and aviation also produces other things than CO2, is too much. So the aviation industry already in 2009 has decided to set up a strategy. And if I could have the next slide, please. To set a strategy for climate action and to commit to goals that were agreed by the global aviation industry, all sectors, aircraft and engine manufacturers, airlines, airports, ANSPs. And I guess some of you are familiar with these goals because they've really been driving development in aeronautics for the last 10 years. So the short-term goal, which is almost achieved, was an annual improvement of fuel efficiency by 1.5% per year until 2020, and then to stabilize net aviation CO2 emissions. So that's what is called carbon neutral growth, and ICAO has been working on it with a carbon offset system called CORSIA. And then in the long term, the carbon footprint of all of global aviation should be only 50% of what it was in 2005 for the year 2050. So this is a very challenging goal. And in the farther future, then one day, of course, there's the aspiration to reach total climate neutrality. And it's built on several pillars of strategy. So the most important is technology, new aircraft, new energy sources, then day-to-day flight operations, improvement of infrastructure, of airports and airspace, the use of sustainable fuels and energies, but also then for everything that cannot be achieved technically, some compensation mechanisms by market-based measures will be necessary, at least for a transition time. Next slide, please. Yeah, so as I already mentioned, ICAO, the International Civil Aviation Organization, actually accepted part of the goals set by the aviation industry, which were highly inspirational for research and innovation. So a lot of projects have been launched in the last 10 years and 10 to 15 years ago, nobody would have thought that we would seriously think of flying electrically with real passenger aircraft. Today, it's almost normal. And so there has already been a big push, and we have much more concrete ideas on how to go forward to 2050 to implement this innovation. And the ambitions have increased. A number of countries in the world are thinking of climate neutrality by 2050. Others are a bit less ambitious or cannot be as fast. So ICAO at a global level said we need a global long-term climate goal, an aspirational goal, and established a task group to work on the feasibility, and the results are expected for the ICAO Assembly next year. And that is the task group where Rich and I are working on one specific area, which is the advanced concepts and energy storage. So could you go to the next slide, please? Yeah, so this is the ICAO project plan. So there are several areas: technology, operations, and new fuels and energies that all contribute to reducing the carbon impact of aviation. And so the goal is actually of this project is to see how much each of these pillars can contribute realistically by 2050. So not only the development of new technologies will contribute to that, but also, of course, all the challenges of implementing this in real life and daily operations. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this is the area that we are concentrating on, and click once more. Yeah, so of course there's the very strong interaction between the advanced aircraft concepts and the unconventional fuels like hydrogen or energies like electricity, because they go hand in hand, and so the availability of the aircraft and of the energy has to be assessed. Next slide, please. Yeah. So if we look between now and 2050, of course, in the coming 10 to 15 years, the aircraft flying will still be of the classical tube and wing type and have some evolutionary improvements, but nothing radically new. And in the passenger aircraft market, in the commercial aircraft market, the radically new concepts will probably start entering the market from 2035 on. This is just the time that is needed to make them mature for the market. And in the fuels area, it's similar. We have now a lot of biogenic sustainable fuels, but then from the middle of next decade, new fuels like hydrogen and electricity will have achieved the necessary maturity for the market. Next slide, please. Yeah, so I, with a NASA audience, of course, I could not resist showing some of the beautiful concepts that have been developed in your house. So my partner in this project, which was kindly authorized me to use this chart, that he used in one of his presentations. Next slide, please. Yeah, and so the last slide showed the aircraft concepts, and complementary to that we have the energy concept. So there's actually a step-wise improvement or going from today's jet fuel driven aircraft to hybrid electric, so hybrid fuel and electric, then battery electric, turbo electric is another way. And then, of course, they can be combined with new aircraft concepts. And I like this picture very much of the NASA BWB blended wing body that can be powered with turbo electric engines or also with hydrogen propulsion. And finally, hydrogen is probably the clean energy of the future, and you're certainly aware that in Europe now with Airbus and with strong public support, there's a plan to introduce the first passenger aircraft powered by hydrogen by 2035. It was actually the COVID crisis and the need to support the aviation industry with a lot of public support that also made governments say, yeah, but then if we support the aviation industry, then they should go the way to a cleaner future. Next slide, please. Yeah, so in our evaluation task for ICAO, there are a couple of different aspects. So, of course, CO2 saving is the most important thing, but also the life cycle considerations in case of new energies. Is the electricity from clean sources? Is the hydrogen from clean sources? And then, of course, we have the technology readiness. I like the NASA thermometer very much for the TRL scale, but in addition to the pure technical feasibility, the questions of attainability in an economic, infrastructural, and political framework is really very important. Next slide, please. So, yeah, these are the main questions of our evaluation task. The technical feasibility is pretty straightforward. Can it be physically built in a way that it works? It does not look at market potential, not at budget or time for development, nor at the external infrastructural or regulatory framework. This is more the part that we call attainability and which are crucial for the feasibility to reach the goal. So what is the political framework, the support by legal measures and regulations? Is the market there? Is the economic conditions? Are manufacturing companies able to do the investment that is certainly higher than for standard aircraft? What is the support for environmentally friendly but complex technologies from the society, and finally, can it be implemented in the existing infrastructure? So all these questions have to be answered. Next slide, please. Yeah, and of course, when you develop a new aircraft concept, you think of the vehicle, of the single vehicle. You see what is the technical readiness, what is the CO2 saving that you can reach. But then at the next step, you have to think of how to introduce it into an airlines or the world's aircraft fleet. Is there a demand at the moment when you start the program? Will there be aircraft that have reached their age to be retired and have to be replaced? And what is the framework of the strategy of the airlines and the manufacturers to come up with new products? So all this is, of course, extremely important to know when talking about the number of aircraft that will enter the fleet at a certain moment and contribute to the reduction of CO2. Next slide, please. Yeah. So as I already said, in the carbon efficiency, there are two different aspects. One is the aircraft efficiency, how much energy is needed to fly over a kilometer, a mile, or a certain distance. And then what is the emission index? How much CO2 is produced per unit of energy? So one is an aircraft characteristic, and one is a characteristic of the fuel, including its production pathway, or the energy, if we talk about electricity. These are two disconnected things, but they are both of high importance. And if we think of aircraft powered by unconventional energy sources, they have to play together. Next slide, please. Yeah, of course, there is quite some hope because there's a worldwide trend, and that has nothing to do with aviation, a trend to a higher percentage of renewable energy. This is from IEA, from the International Energy Agency. So today already we are at about 35 to 40% of, CO2-free energy. It's not only renewable, it's also nuclear. But the share of renewable energy, depending on the policy support there, and two different scenarios are shown here, will likely strongly increase in the next decade. So that's, of course, a good chance for clean aviation with energy or electricity produced hydrogen. Next slide, please. Yeah. So as I said, the manufacturers have to invest a lot of money. For new aircraft programs, this is a big challenge, and of course the market has to be there for the entire world market. So if you produce a hydrogen aircraft, you have to guarantee that there is hydrogen supply everywhere where your customers want to fly to. What makes it easier for airlines is if there are other benefits like easier maintenance that reduce the costs. And the synergies with other sectors, to also make it more affordable. And of course, it's very important to fund the technology development by public sources. I talked about the connection with the COVID crisis. Next slide, please. Yeah. There are a number of challenges for the different kinds of new aircraft concepts, especially in the operational area. Manufacturing can be challenging for unconventional shapes, and certification is always a risk. Next one, please. Yeah, and for attainability, so the non-purely technical things, so operations may be different, infrastructure, especially for energy supply, hydrogen, electricity is challenging. Passengers have to accept it. There's this famous myth of hydrogen being unsafe, which has to be combated, and it has to fit into industrial processes. There has to be more progress on battery technology, and also aviation will become a big consumer of renewable energies, which has to be taken into account in the political strategy of the country. Yeah, one slide more. Yeah, there are also benefits that come with it. I said easier maintenance of electric aircraft, and currently we have to take advantage of the big support for clean renewable energy that favors these projects. So I think the next one is the conclusion. Yeah. So we've seen that both the industry and ICAO has set or is setting goals to further drive the aviation sustainability, and it has to be a conjunction of new technology, fuels, operations, etc. All these concepts together are necessary. It's important that they need to be funded strongly by public sources to overcome the cost risks, and synergies with the energy sectors are really essential. Aviation cannot do that alone. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Thomas, for that great presentation. Kind of really hits home with me because my background's combustion, alternative fuels related. So to me, the alternative fuels is like it's in the new market, it's coming out. So we have a couple questions on that. Also, you touched on hybrid electric or hydrogen, basically. So I'm gonna go off some questions over there from the IO tool. But thank you very much for that discussion. Hopefully, everyone got a lot out of it from an international perspective. So the first question on the IO tool was, where do you see a sustainable aviation fuels becoming part of our everyday use? It seems like we've been researching this for a long time, but where are we at?
Well, so, I mean, if we think of the current biogenic sustainable aviation fuels, which are drop-in fuels, which do not need any changes in aircraft design, well, they have been introduced on a daily basis at a number of airports, especially Los Angeles and a couple of Scandinavian airports, but in relatively small quantities because there's still a big price barrier. Experts are predicting a breakthrough in the next few years because of let's say public pressure and partly from stronger support, but also introducing mandates obliging operators or fuel providers in specific countries to include a certain blend of sustainable fuels in the jet fuel. So that will come over the next few years, 2025 or so, and then of course the unconventional fuels that requires infrastructure, that requires new aircraft concepts. So that will be from 2035 onwards.
Okay, thank you, Thomas. And to that point, I don't think the general public understands how long it actually takes to certify an alternative fuel, whether it's drop-in or it's not. So can you kind of just touch on how long does it take for us when we have a new sustainable fuel? How long does it take to actually, develop, research, certify that fuel so that we can use it on aircraft, even if it's a 50-50 blend or if it's a drop-in fuel that we can use, tomorrow?
Yeah, and this is a thing that has been done over the last 10 years at least. First, there were one or two different types of sustainable fuels that were certified, and the certification was pretty lengthy. So the FAA was strongly involved in it, and so it's an international committee called ASTM. Actually, it was initially the American standards, ASTM. And so this process has been accelerated a lot. So you need much less efforts today, much less fuel also for the tests. Because there have been already 7 different pathways of fuel certified, so the next ones are pretty similar to the previous ones. So therefore, the process is accelerated a lot, and the experts all have much trust in the process.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Thomas. Yeah, I know NASA Glenn does a lot of alternative fuels research before COVID, when we were able to test things. So we were part of that process of getting things certified. So it's great for us to be able to have those partnerships. We have it with ICAO, with the FAA, DOE, and this federal alternative jet fuel strategy. But, in addition to that, we have, the hydroelectrics on a different side. But a question did come in about the benefits, challenges, and opportunities that hydrogen also plays. So people talk about sustainable fuels, but hydrogen's kind of on the side. So where does hydrogen fit into the other alternative fuels that we're working?
Well, I mean, hydrogen, of course, is an unconventional fuel. It's everything but a drop-in fuel. It requires a new infrastructure. It requires a cryogenic technology on board the aircraft and in the tanks. This requires still quite a lengthy development. So I think the time scale now with the European program where Airbus is involved to have a market-ready aircraft by 2035 is extremely challenging, but with the very strong support that it's currently receiving, I would say it's feasible. And so this requires, of course, the infrastructure build-up, and as I said, at all the places in the world where it should operate. But if this is part of the transition to a hydrogen economy and other fields of the world economy, then aviation can benefit from it. I think that's an important aspect.
Okay, no, that's a good point too. And that kind of leads into the next question about your perspective of the importance of partnerships and collaborations on an international aspect. So, how does ICAO or international regions work with the U.S. in general? Like, how are we pulling everything together? How are we utilizing each other from all of our subject matter experts in this area?
Yeah, I mean, aviation is a global business, so you cannot develop or certify an aircraft for operating in one region only. All aircraft manufacturers produce for a world market, and airlines operate throughout the world. Therefore, all standards and all the infrastructure that is necessary for aviation operation, of course, has to be coordinated on a global level. And so ICAO, of course, is the intergovernmental organization that sets regulations and standards, but also the international industry associations, whether it's ICAO for the manufacturers or IATA for the airlines or ACI for the airports, they have a very important role to play there.
Okay, thank you, Thomas. I'm going to have one last question. We have about 1 minute left in this session. So thinking back to an earlier discussion with Steve Clark and Miles O'Brien in regards to the current pandemic and how it's kind of pushed us to think differently, and never waste a crisis. Do you feel that the pandemic is going to advance these sustainable alternative fuel the technologies faster, or does it kind of put us on hold, while we're not able to be testing or, pushing things faster than we normally would?
Well, I think, as I said before, there is a strong willingness of the governments to support aviation, and if that and it has shown in several European countries and elsewhere in the world that there's a strong willingness to use this public support to push the development of environmentally friendly aviation, whether it's in the fuels or in the aircraft area. So I think from that point of view, it is the crisis has been beneficial. And on the other hand, also, I mean, if the crisis leads to probably a permanent reduction of the volume of air traffic, with all, say, the good experience we've done with remote working and virtual conferences like this one, of course, then it will be a little bit easier to meet the goals of, say, a reduced total amount of emissions from aviation.
Okay, very good. With that, we're going to close out the session, but I would like to thank Thomas for coming in and talking to us on his international aspect of how aviation is being transformed into the new next generation for green aviation specifically. We're going to go into university innovation, but first I just want to just remind everyone that we do have polls on the YouTube stream. We're just trying to get feedback from everyone, how the session went, what do you like, what did you not like, and then also to put in your questions as we go along. We do plan any questions that were not answered in the session. We do plan on answering those on the sidelines and putting them into the website, so you can come back to a later time if your question did not get answered. We appreciate all the ones that are coming in, and we will do our best to get responses to you. So with that being said, again, thank you, Thomas, for being with us. And the next on our agenda is a message from Kaushik Data, and he's going to be talking about university innovation, which will then lead into an overview of university innovation by Stephen Holtz.
Thank you very much.
I manage the very cool University Innovation Project. My name is Kaushik Data, and our project has enlisted the universities, their faculty and students to improve the U.S. aeronautics economic competitiveness. Over the past 4 years, we have asked academia to work with industry to solve important aviation problems in the University Leadership Initiative. I'm really excited that we now have 13 great teams, multidisciplinary, multi-university teams who are researching diverse topics in aeronautics. Undergraduate and graduate students are involved in this research. After talking to many of these students one-on-one, I realize it's having a significant positive impact in their education and developing the next generation workforce. In our second portfolio item, the University Student Research Challenge, we're asking students to propose their own aeronautics project and to crowdfund a limited amount of dollars. A quote from Michael Gamarnik, a student at Georgia Tech, captures their enthusiasm. Crowdfunding, he says, was an especially exciting experience for us because the entire team was focused on the single goal of raising funds through grassroots outreach and our website. It definitely brought the whole group closer together. And we learned a lot about how to create a brand for Avis that stands behind our mission. Our next speaker, an aerospace vehicles and mission analysis expert, will provide an overview of our University Innovation Project. What makes his experience relevant? He came to NASA as an intern from the University of Central Florida. He loved the work at NASA, made the most of his opportunity, and got hired at NASA Langley. Keenly aware of his background of how he came from the university to NASA, he empathizes with the students, of the young students, and understands how important it is to give students the opportunity to do practical and relevant research. Here to discuss how the University Innovation Project pushes the aeronautics envelope and promotes workforce development, Please welcome Stephen Houts.
Go live.
Kaushik, can you see me and hear me, everyone? The presentation viewable? Great, thank you, Angela. Thank you, Kaushik, for the University Innovation Project has become successful due to your leadership and hard work, as well as the hard work and support of our network and peers that help us review the great proposals that we get from all over the country. My name is Stephen Holes. I'm the current University Innovation Project Assistant Manager, and I will give you an overview of our two projects, the University Leadership Initiative and the University Student Research Challenge. Please feel free to ask questions via the I/O tool as we continue forward. First, I have to start off by saying that all of our solicitations that we put out to the public go through the NASA NSPIRE system, and that applies for all of our NASA research announcements and to the ones that we put out through the Aeronautics Mission Directorate. The current open solicitation for ARMD research is the ROA 2020, and all of the announcements that we put out are updates to the 2020 ROA. So if you are interested in any opportunities, including the ones that we're about to talk about, please go to the NSPIRE's website, browse what's available, and sign up so that you can receive information and notifications on the current and future solicitations. If you have any questions about any of these ROA, there are people in POCs that are available to answer questions, and you can see all of the eligibility requirements for any of our solicitations on there as well as things such as FAQ, etc. Next slide, please. As Sharon mentioned earlier, ARMD has a strategic implementation plan that sets forth NASA ARMD's vision for aeronautical research that goes 25 years and beyond, and it encompasses a broad range of technologies to meet future needs of the aviation community, the nation, and the world for safe, efficient, flexible, and environmentally sustainable air transportation. The strategic implementation plan covers 6 different strategic thrusts. All of our university-led initiatives are aimed at furthering the topics in the strategic implementation plan. And that plan does update, as Sharon mentioned earlier, for the changing needs of the global aerospace market. Next slide, please. So the first project I'm going to talk about is the University Student Research Challenge. This project really aims at funding student-led innovative projects that are relevant to the strategic implementation plan. This really allows the students autonomy to shine and provides them an opportunity to develop their own projects and lead their own projects in aeronautics research. The project also has an opportunity to develop students' entrepreneurial skills and allows them to achieve aeronautics research outcomes that push forward the ARMD strategic implementation plan. How it works is that students are allowed to propose their own projects, autonomous of their professors and such, that address the ARMD strategic implementation plan, and they can receive up to $80,000 for up to 1 year of funding. And part of the entrepreneurial experience of the project is that they receive a portion of the project funds and then have to go through towards a successful crowdfunding step where they raise a little bit of funds, and then NASA gives them the rest of the funds. And the crowdfunding step really it has the process of preparing, fun campaigns, and it acts as a teaching accelerator to allow the students to grow beyond their engineering skills and involve cross-disciplinary work with business students and others. The next cycle for the USRC proposals are due February 25th. We currently accept proposals in 3 different cycles throughout the year, and we are on cycle 2 out of 3 of the current 2020 ROA. The next slide, please. So here you can see some of the teams of students who've been working on the projects through USRC from South Dakota State, University of Oklahoma, Embry-Riddle, UCLA, Georgia Tech, Rutgers, and Cal Poly. And soon to be added to this list is Cornell, who's been selected during the most recent solicitation cycle. We all constantly hear great things about the opportunities provided for these students to pursue their projects, the learning experiences from the crowdfunding process, and how the whole self-driven research experience can really empower the students into seeking graduate degrees and careers in aeronautics at NASA and in some of the various companies that were mentioned earlier that we partner with on a regular basis. Next slide, please. The larger program that we work with in the UI project is the University Leadership Initiative program. We introduce NASA complementary, system-level multidisciplinary ideas from various university communities all over the United States and work to have them develop these ideas over a multi-year program and then have that research transition beyond the university phase. And so we do this to once again achieve the outcomes for the Aeronautics Strategic Implementation Plan. All of the research is adjacent and very relevant to all of the goals we're trying to achieve to further aeronautics in the world and the country. And a big part of this, which was also asked in a question earlier about transitioning the research, after the 3 or 4 years that these universities go through doing these research projects, we really want that research to transition to non-NASA stakeholders for implementation or continuation of the research. And these opportunities, since they are so large, provide a lot of opportunities for students to participate in aeronautics research. And a big part of our program is that we wanted to promote the diversity in aeronautics with the inclusion of minority serving institutions and HBCUs, and also get underrepresented faculties to really spearhead some of this groundbreaking research. How it works is that university teams propose technical challenges that are AR-MD complementary, and they're multi-university teams, multi-interdisciplinary teams that come up with solutions, come up with their own review mechanisms, and come up with their own teaming strategies to strengthen their research impact on the AR-MD portfolio. PIs and teams look at the transition opportunities throughout and towards the end of the projects so that we can get that successful transition beyond the university phase of research. The funding for these research opportunities are $1 to $2 million a year for 3 to 4 years, and we solicit that once per year around the March time period. So this year's solicitation should be going out sometime next month, which would be the 5th cycle of ULI solicitation. Next slide, please. So currently we've funded awards to 47 universities, with more on the way from the recent selected 4th round awards. Some of the schools that will be added to this map that you just saw earlier during Sharon's overview presentation, some schools will be added, such as University of Texas, Austin in San Antonio, University of California, San Diego, Davis, San Diego State, and Brigham Young, and Houston Tillotson University. We also get great feedback on a feature that's available on our ULI website, which is on this page, as you can see on the top as well. We have a partners list on the website for ULI, and it has allowed universities to connect with each other so that they can collaborate on these proposals. And if that's something you're interested in, please sign up on the partners list so that you can get a proposal with other universities going forward. And for Inspires, please sign up on there if you would like to receive notifications of upcoming solicitations for any of these. You can also see from the map that we have a great involvement from the HBCUs and the MSI community, and we really want to continue that going forward since it's such an important part of our program. And we also want to increase the representation of this participating schools and states as well as we go forward into the new solicitation cycles. Next slide. That's pretty much all of the main material I have for you. Just to reiterate two very important dates that are coming up. We have the USRC solicitation that is currently open in Inspires. Proposals are due in a couple of weeks in February 25th. And we expect to have the 5th round of ULI opportunities coming out this March. You can reach out for Inspires help to the Inspires help desk, which has an email address on the screen as well as a number. If you have questions about the ROA, please see Neil. And if you have any questions for ULI or USRC, please reach out to myself or Kaushik. I can open it up for questions now. I know it was a bit brief. We kind of keep it overall an overview, and a lot of information is available on our website as well.
Great, thanks, Stephen. I appreciate the presentation very much. I'm also gonna ask Kaushik to come on screen. We'll pepper you with some of the questions that are coming into the chat now, and I think it'll be very informative. One of the questions that has popped into the IO tool, and it does talk about some of the, and we heard from minute one this morning in our fireside chat, first on was about convergence technologies, and some of the cross-cutting nature solutions we all have to struggle with. So the question is, some of these areas of aeronautics challenges are cross-cutting, stretching across multiple strategic thrusts. So how are the topics identified for your work?
Okay, Stephen, you're going? Go ahead.
I can give you an opportunity to talk first, Kaushik.
Okay. So it depends, Stephen, it's a great question. It depends upon which specific portfolio item we are talking about. For example, in University Leadership Initiative, we do say that, we like you to address one of the ARMD strategic thrusts because that's how we would like to get it. We would not like to get a technology type of a project without an end goal of making a difference to the aviation outcome. And the aviation outcomes are there in our strategic implementation plan, and that's what we are really looking for. Not technology for technology's sake, but making a change in the aviation outcome. So if you can tie your project to one of the aviation outcomes and then tell us what are the different technologies you're going to solve to make a change in the aviation outcome, and that's really the key. So that's why we tie it to the strategic thrust. Our strategic implementation plan has the outcomes. However, given said that, we have received a number of proposals that do affect multiple different strategic thrusts. For example, aviation manufacturing is one of them. Advanced materials and structures is another one of those. So sometimes within NASA Aeronautics, we make a decision saying, these are important to us from a strategic perspective to even look at these things. So we have in the past, in round 2, said advanced manufacturing is something that's important. And we have stressed that in addition to the strategic thrust proposed to this area. And we have awarded a couple of very good proposals in advanced manufacturing. Similarly, we have done in the next round for advanced materials. So that's generally the flavor of how we are going. But in every case, what we care about is the outcome, the aviation outcome from the SIP. Hope that helps.
Oh, very much so. Stephen, maybe we can answer this too for firsthand. It's a question from the tool is, how difficult is the proposal process in USRC? And it's there's a caveat in it because a lot of the faculty members at the universities, they're very adept at to responding to requests for proposals and writing proposals for funding. It's, the careers on that. So how much of a challenge is it for the students to go through this process as well?
So I would say there's a lot of work that goes into every part of the solicitation and review process, and I applaud Kaushik for doing it all by himself before I got here. Especially on the ULI side, we get so many proposals in all of the strategic thrusts every year for ULI, and it takes dozens and dozens and dozens of people doing multiple reviews for long periods of time just to kind of down select that to the very best of the best proposals that we end up selecting. And especially also on the USRC side, it's definitely a lot of work for students who may have never written research proposals yet to set forward that project plan, make their goals clear, make a budget, and submit that all with kind of the project life cycle in mind. And so I think it is really a testament to the success and complexity of the project on how much participation we get internally in the review process and externally on the submission process for the solicitations.
Thanks for that. I think it sounds like there's a lot of good lessons to be learned from this process from exiting students and incoming students too. One thing you did say, Stephen, in your presentation is you mentioned that this process empowers students to succeed. So I love hearing that. I think everyone loves hearing that as well. What do you think specifically fuels their desire to push beyond some of the challenges they may run into if roles are writing in the program? But I think even more importantly, what specifically fuels them to prepare them for the challenges they're going to face in their careers in aviation?
Well, certainly everybody's individual motivations are different, right? But I think the sense of autonomy in wanting to be successful in your own right is definitely a motivator for a lot of the students for USRC. I think it's one thing to work under somebody, right, doing someone else's research, but when you have your own idea and you're working with a group of students who also kind of all share in that idea, you really want to make sure that's successful. And that really pushes forward the kind of mindset we encourage people to have, that are either in the pipeline for NASA or similar work, or for NASA, employees in the future, is to be able to think of an idea, propose that idea and champion that idea and see it through, not only through the research part, but hopefully the end development and transition to industry part as well. And everyone wants to have a successful idea, and I think that really drives the students.
Kaushik, do you see anything particular that you've noticed over the years that excites you, that as a running thread to prep students for their contribution in the workforce?
Yeah, the students are amazing. I mean, really, when you talk to them, it really energizes you. You see, they come from different, Stephen mentioned, they all have their interests and ideas, but they all come from different backgrounds. They have different ways of doing it. For example, if you talk to the Embry-Riddle student, for example, he had this idea which he pushed all the way to a company to get support. Instead of crowdfunding, he tried to get a company to support it, to give him the $2,000 he needed for crowdfunding. And you see how hard he had to try. It wasn't easy. He had to go multiple times, make the difference. So you see you hear these stories and you realize, boy, each one of them is a separate story. It's different, and it's just amazing to hear about how wonderful these kids are and how much they're achieving. It's not just their technical achievement, it's now their business achievement. They're looking at how to make it succeed. They're bringing their team together. Their business people are helping them develop the plan for crowdfunding. Each one of them is a wonderful story.
Yeah, those are great. I know our industry partners love to hear that too. From the folks I've spoken with in industry, they want to bring on those prepared people into their workforce, and not just technically prepared, but those business acumen as well. And Kaushik, you mentioned crowdfunding as well. And either Stephen or Kaushik, what are some of the challenges of the crowdfunding process. And what do you think you or the students have learned from that process?
Well, I'll start on that one. I learned a lot. First is that when we first started the Student Research Challenge, we thought, oh, they'll have no trouble raising funds. We realized in our first round that it's difficult to raise funds. And one of the biggest questions that they get back is, hey, NASA is sponsoring you. Why can't they give you all the money in the first place? I mean, these are valid questions, and the students have to answer that. And what we realized is that the essence of it is that we want the crowdfunding to be a teaching experience, as Stephen mentioned. And so we lowered the bar to about $2,000, which we think is achievable, but it's still hard. It's not easy to get $2,000 from someone else. But what we are hearing is it's a wonderful experience. You will probably hear from them in the future, but we have highlighted some of the students who have said, this was a great experience. It brought our team together. We all had the single goal. I mean, it wasn't in our different fields, in our different disciplines. We had the single goal of raising this $2,000, and we gelled as a team. I mean, that's what it is,
Yeah, I think the whole experience of taking something that is a little bit more on the technical side, and trying to get it to a point where you can convey the importance of that technical research to people who might not normally care about aeronautics research, right? Or to convey the importance of the research to people and companies that may contribute to that crowdfunding campaign as well. It is all part of that important process, right? So that's definitely a learning experience.
Yeah, and these exciting components of the program that we hear are undoubtedly just vibrant, and I don't think you're going to get argument on that. We know they're really successful, but a lot of times you wonder, and you hate to call them softer skills or these ancillary benefits. So there's a question in the IL tool: how do you measure progress? How do you measure progress against some of your goals, and what do you consider to be the critical characteristics of project success?
Yeah, so that's a great question. Clearly, they're very different for ULI versus USRC. For ULI, basically our 4 goals is: first, you have to make a difference to the aviation outcome. Second, you should be able to transition your technology, or at least make a great effort to transition your technology. Third is you bring in the new students and the undergraduate. We know professors work with their graduate students, postdocs. We want them to be working with undergraduate students and really encouraging at least a third of the student force to be the undergraduate students, work with them. And then, of course, the 4th goal is that we bring in, diversify the researchers in aeronautics, and we want them to look like the rest of us in the country. So we stress that you work with HBCUs and MSIs, bring them on us as partners. Some of the students have never had the chance to do research with NASA Aeronautics. This is a great way to encourage them to do that, bring them in. They will be the workforce of the future. And so those are the 4 goals, and we measure them against each of them. Clearly, when we choose the proposals, when we select to award them, we already think that they will make a difference in the aviation outcomes. They have already laid out their plans on how they plan to bring in diverse faculty members to be working on this project, and the partners that they're coming in with. So when we award it, we already know that, but every year we have a technical officer who's associated with each of these awards, and the technical officer measures how the progress is, not just to these goals, but to, are they still being relevant? How much was their technical accomplishment? How good was the quality of the work that they're doing? So we have formal methods by which we measure this in ULI. Just to touch on USRC, not to neglect it, USRC is a much shorter effort, so it's a 1-year effort. We have a technical officer, and we chat with them regularly. And quite honestly, these are great kids, and they're motivated. They're highly motivated.
So you did mention the technical officers that are with each activity, and there's a couple of questions on the IO tool that kind of relate to some of the wonderful parts of the agency that we hear, the desire to mentor, the desire to advance learning. So there's a couple different questions on the tool, and one that had a moderator response to it regarding how does a NASA person get to mentor and work with students. There's some answer there about the technical officer, but in general, how can we bring ULI students to work with NASA at some of our centers? How do we integrate this? I think there's a thirst as more and more people throughout the agency hear about this great program, the different components of it. What are some of the opportunities?
Great question, Stephen. So I don't know. I'm taking up a lot of the thing. I'll get Stephen also after this to talk about it. So one of the ways we do it is that first we advertise the NASA internship program to all our ULI awardees, to our USRC students, and we tell them that you don't have to come to a project that is supported by any of us. It can be any of the projects. NASA has, I forget, several thousand projects every summer open for internship. So that's a excellent tool, and they publicize it among their partners. And so that's one possible way. The other way that we actually as a project help out is through our technical offices. We say we will support up to 2 students that you choose from the university leadership initiatives that can come and work on something similar or get some experience within NASA. And for us, frankly, from our perspective, we are looking at it as a NASA enhance the workforce. These students might love the work while doing it at that center, so much so that they might come back as a NASA, might apply for a NASA job and be taken in. And we really would like to see that as a pathway to bringing on new students at the various NASA centers. Hey, Stephen Holtz, you want to say anything more?
Yeah, sure. So, so there's the opportunity of, meeting various students through their technical officers on the projects. There's also opportunities such as this, right? The TACP showcase or the presentation series that we're having for both ULI and USRC coming up, where people around NASA might be able to hear about the projects that students are doing or the kind of work that students are interested or do and make the connections that way. And then from there, maybe have opportunities to give the student or to talk to the student about for the future, whether it's through our internship program or pathways or something else entirely, a fellowship, etc. There's lots of opportunities for people at NASA to, I guess, learn about these projects or interface with the students or to get to know what they do. And, we hope, especially the students that enjoy that type of work, we always hope that, they might enjoy it enough to come do it for a full time, right? And I think this program really gives students the opportunity to, say, hey, do I like doing this research? Do I want to continue this research into graduate school? We've seen students say that too, right? Say, hey, I enjoy this so much, I might actually stay after my first 4 years and keep going into something similar to the project I'm doing through USRC. And so I think there's a lot of good opportunities for students and also to continue with their experiences possibly through NASA in the future.
Oh, that's great. We're going to come on close on time here, so I wanted to ask one more question of each of you, Stephen and Kaushik. And Stephen, you might have just answered it without me asking you with that last statement. Here's what I'm going to throw it at you anyways. Based on some of the success stories you've seen throughout the project, what are you most proud of with this initiative?
Well, this isn't something specific, but I'm not so old, but I do remember being a student and, even finding a little bit of money for senior design was nearly impossible for us. So I think just the amount of money that students can get really opens up a lot of doors with the projects that they can do and really what they can explore while they're still in school. And so I just think that's a great opportunity that I wish I had, but I didn't because that was a while ago.
Right. That's great. Kaushik, lastly for you, lessons learned. What would you do differently if you could go back and do it out of the program?
Hey, I don't know about lessons learned. We are constantly learning lessons, so we are modifying regularly. So Stephen talked about USRC, and he also explained that how we have changed over time. Similarly, with the University Leadership Initiative, we have changed. It's no longer the one that went out in the first round. It just has changed. We are constantly evaluating ULI against our goals, our internal goals, and saying, are we meeting it? And if we are not meeting it, how can we change the solicitation? How can we encourage? How can we communicate what we want to the university faculty so that they come back with these with proposals that we are looking for? One of the cool things that I would like, that I would have wished, is also that we get a lot of very good technical proposals. We're also looking for some of those new S-curves where it might require a new business model to do. And those are things that I'm also interested in getting and would love to encourage that in terms of proposals.
Wow, that's great. And that's a wonderful point too. And I think it'll transition to a lot of the stories we're going to hear later on today in the next couple of days. I want to thank Stephen and Kaushik. Thank you so much. What a great presentation with great questions again with a really exciting program. And we're looking forward to hearing more of that coming up soon. And I think it's just exciting. It's exciting to hear for us. It's exciting to hear for all the audience members. The future of the workforce will come along once we're a little too bent over to come to work every day. So it's really exciting to hear. So thank you very much for that. We are gonna take a little bit of break, but I do want to remind you, please, in the chat again, there's a link for the poll for you to give us direct feedback on how the sessions are going. Again, thanks to everyone in the audience for hanging in and watching this, and the questions coming in are tremendous. They're really great. They make this worthwhile. These presentations, a lot of work went into it, and they're excellent. But boy, the interaction, as much as we can in the virtual world, is wonderful to see. So thank you all for that. With that, I am going to send us off to a virtual break. We'll have a little video to go along with it. So let's plan on being back at 10 after the hour. So about 17 minutes. We'll give you a couple minutes that I cheated you in the last break. We'll give it to you back here. So 10 after the hour, come back and we'll go into our next presentation. So thank you again.
Aeroscience's Evaluation and Test Capabilities portfolio is investing in a capability challenge designed to assess the ability of computational fluid dynamics to address aeroscience prediction requirements at high supersonic speeds. To do this, a series of wind tunnel tests and identical CFD analysis will be conducted and compared to determine the accuracy of CFD relative to wind tunnel testing. The information gained from this challenge can be used to optimize future testing and lead to a more efficient utilization of our capabilities. One comparison was the control surface effectiveness for a hypersonic entry descent vehicle for landing humans on Mars, the mid-lift to drag ratio Cobra MRV. This vehicle has 2 body flaps for aerodynamic control during descent through the Martian atmosphere. These flaps allow the vehicle to adjust its flight path very precisely before retrorockets take over to further slow and maneuver the vehicle from Mach 2 down to a soft landing. We are particularly interested in how well CFD predicts the measured forces and moments generated by different flap deflections, including the hinge moments. And for this comparison, CFD produced good qualitative predictions. Of course, the uncertainties in both the experimental data and the CFD results need to be evaluated before we can draw firm conclusions about the accuracy of the simulations. The CFD predictions have, so far, been very close to the wind tunnel data and have helped to understand the aerodynamic behavior we measured in better detail, even tracking down some inconsistencies in the experimental data. What is striking is the fact that the experiments and CFD have definite strengths and weaknesses, and combining them lets us understand more about the complex flows that can happen in the wind tunnel and around the relatively simple vehicle shape we've studied so far. We're looking forward to studying several more complicated flows in the near future.
When it comes to extreme weather, commercial, federal, state, and local agencies need all the fast and reliable data they can get to make the best decisions when things are uncertain.
Weather is responsible for more air traffic delays, reroutes, and diversions than any other reason. So that satellite data and the tools that they provide help the traffic flow managers in both the FAA and for the airlines to getting better understanding of what those hazards are, where they're at, and what they're forecast to be, so that we can either mitigate them or just work around them.
From the vantage point from space, NASA and partner satellites provide critical information to aviation, shipping, state transportation departments, and logistics industries. NASA's cutting-edge technology brings unprecedented views of the Earth, giving us a closer look inside cloud systems, lightning, dangerous storms, severe weather over land and far offshore, beyond what traditional radars can observe.
We are a met-ocean data analytics company, and we do numerical modeling to describe the ocean in 4 dimensions.
We have these numerical prediction capabilities to essentially tell people, the users, the ocean conditions, the current temperature, wave, and so on and so forth in any part of the global oceans.
The information gathered by satellites can help decision makers adapt to quickly changing situations and make travel and transport safer and more efficient. NASA is creating awareness of precipitation and cloud data to help inform critical operation decisions today and into the future.
NASA is ready to support the development and testing of advanced air mobility, or AAM. This emerging aviation market is working towards all-electric, autonomous, and environmentally friendly solutions to reduce road traffic and carry people and cargo in areas where service does not yet exist. NASA's Ames Research Center in Silicon Valley is uniquely qualified to help industry partners and local governments across the country simulate and test these new vehicles to ensure safe and efficient operations in low-altitude airspace. NASA's integrated facilities support 3 key areas of research: vehicle development, airspace and systems operations, and community integration. The suite of facilities includes the Vertical Motion Simulator, the world's largest flight simulator with 6 degrees of freedom, including 60 feet of vertical range that creates realistic motion and visual cues for ride or handling qualities assessment and certification. Its flexible simulation architecture makes it easy to test any aircraft math model. The Accelerate facility, that uses an immersive cockpit with realistic visual databases, allows pilots to test and modify vehicle controls and displays to optimize capabilities. The Airspace Operations Lab, using the NASA-developed UAS Traffic Management Platform, or UTM, provides a framework to study urban airspace and fleet operations at varying levels of autonomy. Computational fluid dynamics data can be integrated into simulations to understand impacts of local wind fields in complex environments. And Future Flight Central, a virtual air traffic control center capable of human-in-the-loop simulation, allows airspace operations research of airports and vertiports to collect data and aid in the study of community integration. NASA has decades of experience partnering with the aerospace community. We are ready to help emerging aviation markets develop safe and efficient air transportation systems of the future. Together, we can make advanced air mobility a reality.
It's important for us to be on the leading edge in aviation and improve it for future generations. My name is Debbie Martinez, and I work to help develop innovative technologies to advance aeronautics. We're here for the general public and make it safer and quieter and all the good things that the general public are expecting in aviation. Industry looks to us to partner with us because we are able to provide the top minds in aeronautics and able to solve problems that are normally not reachable by the industry. We're actually trying to think outside the box. What's next in aeronautics? How to improve flight? I also enjoy doing outreach efforts efforts here, and that's particularly focused on the young girls because I want to bring more girls into STEM careers. I will give them an example of being a woman that can be an engineer, can be a mother, can also have a pilot's license, or that they can do anything they would like to do. And that's what we like to say, we're with you when you fly.
Welcome back. Thanks for joining us. I hope you got a chance during the break to stand up, stretch a little bit. These virtual meetings can be a little more stressful than we're used to in real life. So hopefully you utilize these breaks to do this. We'd like to transition now to the Convergent Aeronautics Solutions Project, or the CAS project. So in order to do that, I'd like to introduce our Deputy Project Manager, who has been our Acting Project Manager for the past 12 months, Marty Waszak, as well as Keith Whitman, who's been brought on to be our new Project Manager for the Convergent Aeronautics Solutions Project. I'll turn it over to you, Marty, and you guys can do the formal introductions. So Marty, take it away.
Okay, thanks very much, Steve. So I just want to introduce myself really quickly. Just let you know that, as Steve mentioned, I've been the deputy project manager almost since the beginning of CAS. And prior to that, I was the deputy chief technologist at Langley. And in that role, I managed the internal research and development project for the center, which is similar in many ways to the attributes of CAS. So when CAS got started, I was all over it. I was just thrilled because they're talking my language. The principles and the goals of CAS were very much in line with what we were trying to do at Langley. And to quote, so my kids were small when all this stuff got started, and there was a TV show called The Magic School Bus, and Miss Frizzle was a character, and she had a line in the show that said, "Take chances, make mistakes, get messy." So if you're going to talk about a key, very simplistic way of describing CAS, that's what CAS is all about. And one of the great things about CAS too is that it has real money behind it. Which is not the case in our IRAD projects at the centers. So that was another benefit. So most of the time I've been the deputy project manager, and part of that is kind of prodding people along and trying to bring new ideas into and alternative approaches within the project itself. But last year I was asked to step up and had the privilege and honor of serving as a project manager for the last year. But 2 weeks ago, we had a new project manager come on board, Keith Wickman, and I'm very grateful for that because I've kind of been the project manager through a very tumultuous year. I'm kind of burned out, and I'm ready for him to step in the role. So after just 2 weeks, Keith, welcome.
Hey, thanks so much, Marty. Really appreciate it, and thanks for the introduction. I want to say I'm super excited to be in this role, spending time with the team already, and Marty's been really a huge help in the transition. We'll have him before he transitions to his new detail around for a little while, which is very helpful with the transition. But the team as a whole, really sharp folks, really engaged and committed folks. And I'm just glad to get to know them all, and happy to be playing our part. Marty, I started my career at about 12 years at NASA when I was a young punk. So, 12 years at NASA, Armstrong, which was Dryden, of course, at the time. But from there, I moved on to 24 years in industry. And in industry, I was working for large conglomerate for GE Aviation, and as well as a good chunk of time there, as well as for a small growth company in aviation services, serving airlines and airports. And kind of the full spectrum between those kind of strangely different industry experience, and then the 12 years with NASA, it's really given me a breadth of perspectives. But I would say that the industry experience, of course, while I've always been focused on innovation and technology development and pushing to new products, on the industry side, of course, our ROI timelines are much shorter, and the intensity and the level of risk taking is limited. So, with the exception of a few private entities, for the most part, we have to have, as we take risks, they have to be very much metered risk and that sort of thing. So I'm delighted to be back at NASA, where one of our roles, especially in the CAS project, is to take those big swings, swing for the fence and fail a little bit, but to hopefully do so quickly and learning as we go, and such that those big swings result in a transformative play for our industry and our stakeholders. I take really seriously, as we all do at NASA, the investment of our main stakeholder, the taxpayer in the U.S. And our mission, which I love, is to serve them, to serve society as a whole by serving our industries and really partnering to help lead the way. as it relates to these transformative technologies and capabilities. So NASA really shines and fills in this space well. And CAS, I would say the CAS project in particular is at the bleeding edge of this important work. So let me start, I guess, with the CAS mission statement. So our mission is to rapidly discover, identify, and characterize opportunities, but those opportunities should be high value, transformative, and really system level, ideally. So it's not to develop technology or produce products. It really is to begin to flesh out the opportunities for those transformative plays, and then to beat out some of the risks, the key risks associated with those, and then transition them to other mission projects in our mission directorate, ARMD, or elsewhere in NASA, and also ideally to our partners in industry, and to do so in a really sprightly fashion. But we want to make those big impact and focus on early stage technologies and solutions that are going to have those large system level impacts for industry. So Marty, let me start by asking you. I'm going to interview you maybe a little bit here because sure. I'm the new guy here. So what would you say are some of the key trends in aeronautics and in our industry that really led to the creation of CAS and have influenced the project's evolution? What I'm trying to get at is what makes CAS specific or different or differentiated from other activities in NASA. So what do you think there?
Yeah, so I think we're not trying to replace the vast majority of the portfolio for NASA Aeronautics, which is a sustaining innovation, kind of continue to advance the leading edge of knowledge and apply the traditional aerospace technologies effectively to benefit society and the industry. What CAS was really put in place for is to address some of the other kinds of global trends that bring into question whether that traditional way of doing research is sustainable. Mm-hmm. And so there's things like the accelerating pace of growth in knowledge, the access to that knowledge by basically anybody to be able to take that, the technological change, which is making it much cheaper and faster to do things like prototyping and design and fabrication. So there's a lot of things that are making the pace that innovation is occurring much, much faster. How does a government lab, a bureaucratic government lab, dominated by Congress authorizing our budget, how does that can we take that and still generate value for a world that's moving at blinding speed and accelerating faster every day? So that's a big change. The other is that a lot of innovation, I put in the context of when I first joined NASA 34 years ago, most of the investment in R&D in the U.S. was done by the government. Most of the R&D in the world was done in the United States. Today, all of those are flipped. So that our ability to fund and do innovation at the slower pace, at the scale that we were traditionally doing it 30 years ago is not sustainable anymore. So we have to look at moving faster, and also that a lot of the innovation is coming from other industries, not aerospace. And so quantum technology, AI, platform technologies, you can go on and on and on, and there's lots of lists out there if you just Google them about where the fastest growing technologies are, and they are not aerospace. And the product life cycle of aerospace is so long. So the process of taking those other technologies, we call it convergent technology, right? To combine the stuff that's the advancements that are occurring outside of aerospace with what we already do very, very, very well to come up with new ideas that operate at that boundary and interface between the new and the existing. So that's another thing that's driving us. And then the last was the maturity of aerospace. We're kind of a victim of our own success, right? Earlier in the day, John mentioned about how we've been doing this over 100 years, right? So we're getting really good at it, but we're also on the plateau of development. So the pace at which new discoveries and new information, new knowledge comes along is slower and slower, and so we need to adapt to that as well. So that's really what motivates the why CAS is really important, because all those things need to be done in a different way, and we don't do those typically, and so we need to experiment with new ways of doing it, and that's where CAS comes in.
So that's excellent. That's a great punchy list of some of those key trends, but it makes me wonder how we measure this. So if we talk about wanting to be convergent, we talk about certainly wanting to be transformative, and to lurch forward, or some would say an S curve, a new S curve. How do we, what should our KPIs be, our metrics, to know when we're being successful and convergent and transformative?
Yeah, so gratefully for us, there were some smart people that put CAS together at the very beginning, and they developed a set of principles that we use as the guidelines and the framing for how we go about doing this. And so, and while those were established at the outset of CAS, they're still relevant, and we're still using them as a primary motivators for how we do the project. So we call them the 5 principles. So the first one is convergence, which we talked about a little bit already. We're really demanding that the ideas that are coming through CAS have a convergent component to them. We're not interested in advancing the technology of computational fluid dynamics. Right? That's other projects can do that. We're interested in taking the cutting edge of computational fluids and combining it with some other technology, maybe machine learning, maybe quantum computing, maybe something else that's going to just change the game. That's what we're looking for. So that's what convergence is. Transformative is the game-changing part. We want to be breakthrough, have big impact, because we're taking some serious risks here, technical risks, not safety risks, that are likely to fail, because we're really pushing the limits of what we can do. How does blockchain technology combine with our ability to do some advanced air traffic management ideas, which is tied into machine learning and AI decision making? Those are really tough problems. So the transformative element is to really push the boundaries. Very difficult thing to do. To be targeted. At the same time we want to do all that, we also want to be relevant to NASA. What is NASA? What is our mission? NASA's mission? Don't get into other people's business. Stick with our knitting, but at the same time, leverage all the capabilities externally to amplify and leverage the capabilities we have internally. So be very focused and targeted on the investments we're making. Also, to really look at solving relevant problems, and that the advanced, we started out talking primarily around feasibility as the basis for assessing that, and that's really a technological dimension. Is it technically possible to build something, say unobtainium material? But now we've also expanded that to focus more on this transformative component, where we need to look at the desirability and the viability of the idea, not just whether it's technically feasible. So desirability is, does somebody out there care about it? Viability, can you make money doing it? So it's relevant to industry and the public. And then the last is do it quick, because if we can't do it quick, we're just going to be a day late, $1 short.
Fair enough. We could talk all day, really could. I can tell you're really super passionate about this as well. And actually, we probably will talk all day, Marty, for the next couple of weeks at least. And starting to get the cue that the hook may be emerging to pull us off stage. So what I want to do is kind of wrap up a little bit. One of the things that I heard you say is we're really kind of working to focus and evolve CAS itself as well, including emphasizing more and more on exploration as opposed to just executing a good project plan. That's great from a low risk perspective, and NASA, I think, has gotten very good at executing technology programs. I mean, look at the successes. But CAS is a little different, quite a bit different. So as we look at valuing exploration. Can you just say a word about facilitating that culture and really probably a minute's worth about facilitating the culture of exploration? How do we carry out that mission?
Yeah, I think it's really, I'll try to be as short as I can, but I think it's really important to recognize that in order for a CAS to do what it's been asked to do, we have to be an experiment ourselves. We have to try new, it's not just operating a normal project under the NASA protocols, right? We need to do things differently. So that means we got to try new things that we've never done before. We've got to make mistakes. We're going to fail and so forth. So this notion of being a continual learning and experimenting and testing our hypotheses and creating a lot of disruption to the status quo is part of what CAS is about. And we have I say to the team all the time, hey, if we're not pissing somebody off, we're not doing our jobs. So, because we have to make a lot of change in order to have the change, create the change we're making. And so
I say that on Teams. I'm not sure.
Pardon me?
I say, can you say that on Teams? I'm not sure.
I guess I did. Maybe somebody's in there in the time delay and bleeping that. But anyway, I think that's in a nutshell. I think that's what's really important. And we've done a lot of learning in CAS over the last 6 years, and we made some major changes and some small changes regularly. I know Kaushik mentioned the same thing in ULI. Change is our game, and so we need to keep making changes to improve things. Some things are big, some things are little. But we're in the process now that you're coming on, to implementing some major changes within CAS that's really focusing more on what I talked about earlier about desirability and viability as being a major component of understanding how does the investments we're making from stuff that comes out of CAS have an impact for industry and society at large. So we're really getting bang for our buck, because we're going to fail most of the time. So when we want to win big.
And we should be. So thank you, Marty. Hey, this has been terrific. I'll say to the group, stay tuned for those evolutions in CAS that you'll see. We're super proud of and excited about the projects, the activities, the CAS activities that we're going to be highlighting here coming up. And this is a bit of a segue into the next segment here. But so I'm going to introduce Debbie Martinez. Debbie's our execution manager at CAS, and she's going to give a short overview video, kind of a sampler platter of the featured or selected activities of CAS that we want to showcase, to show the great work that's been done as these things come to maturity and are being transitioned beyond CAS. So with that, thank you, Marty, and we'd like to roll the video then. Here's Debbie.
Welcome to the 2021 Transformative Aeronautic Concept Program Showcase. My name is Debbie Martinez. I'm a senior engineer project manager working at NASA Langley Research Center, located in Hampton, Virginia. I have over 15 years experience in project management, supporting both NASA aeronautics and space exploration missions. For the past 5 years, I have been the execution manager for TACP's Convergent Aeronautics Solution, or CAS project. The CAS project is helping NASA change the way airplanes fly and aviation industry along with it. CAS is about rapidly assessing the potential impact of innovative solutions to important problems, identifying the challenges to realizing the benefits, how NASA can and should invest to overcome them, and making the community aware of opportunities. We're also about fostering a broader innovative culture that is effective in meeting the needs of aviation and the broader community to solve the challenges and exploit the opportunities that benefit people everywhere in the increasingly complex and rapidly changing society we live in. We seek to help ARMD and the broader community to benefit the U.S. economy and the quality of life of society in the context of accelerating growth in knowledge and advancing technology and increasing competition. At CAS, we invest in seemingly improbable ideas that might lead to solutions to the problems that plague aviation with respect to safety, environmental and community impact, and global growth in air traffic. Most of these activities started as an innovative idea fostered by one of the 4 Aero Center-led incubation efforts. Researchers would present their proposal at a CAS pitching day. The team's most transformative concept and best feasibility study proposal, which are selected, had up to 24 months to prove their concept's feasibility. CAS then helps those novel concepts that prove feasible to transition into more focused technology development projects to mature the technologies and one day provide the solution to meet our nation's aviation needs. CAS has had numerous mission-level impacts, such as fostering effective technical and organizational integration within and across our 4 Aero centers. We're fostering an innovative culture by successfully bringing together researchers from across the agency and guiding them to translate their ideas into concrete proposals and activities, and maturing the ideas by building a multidisciplinary team across centers. We're also helping expand the career growth of our CAS participants by providing a broader experience, higher levels of autonomy and leadership. CAS provides our participants, especially those from our early career workforce, to have greater appreciation for the system-level impacts and benefits of their research versus in other more traditional Aero projects. Through this innovative culture, CAS is helping to develop our future leaders through diverse skill development, providing mentorship and emphasis on teamwork and collaboration. CAS has enabled transformational research such as fit-to-fly activity intending to enable robotic vehicle inspection, and Aquifer's design tool, which now benefits the Aramis Heat Shield flush air data system. CAS portfolio is directly responsive to AR&D's strategic thrust. Here you see some examples of activities addressing AR&D's urban air mobility and electrical aircraft propulsion efforts. CAS has also helped advance research-level prototyping capabilities and makerspaces at the Aero Center. Here's an example of the X-57 Maxwell team, who used the LarkWorks makerspace to prototype several versions of their pop-up propeller designs. During the past 5 years as the CAS execution manager, I have thoroughly enjoyed working with our talented teams and creative researchers on fostering innovation, pushing the boundaries, and overcoming barriers in aviation. We have had over 24 individual execution activities in our CAS portfolio. Today, I would like to tell you a little bit about 5 of the current 9 activities. AeroBond, that stands for Adhesive-Free Bonding of Complex Composite Structure, is seeking to increase manufacturing rate of composite airframes using joining methods with reduced dependence on redundant mechanical fasteners and improve reliability and manufacturability over current available methods. AeroBond's goals are to increase manufacturing rates and reduce part counts such as bolts. SABRES, that stands for Solid State Additively Manufactured Batteries for Enhanced Energy Recharging and Safety, is exploring how to enable energy-intense urban air mobility and all electrical aero vehicle designs through new battery technology that significantly exceeds current solutions and meets rigorous aerospace safety and performance criteria. SABRE's goal is to optimize composition ratio of solid-state electrolytes, active materials, and conductive. Stereo's goal is to optimize compositional ratio of solid-state electrolytes, active material, and conductive agents to significantly improve battery performance. Sparky, that stands for Sensor-Based Prognostics to Avoid Runaway Reaction and Catastrophic Ignition, intends to enable safe next-generation ultra-high energy batteries for propulsive aircraft power by eliminating catastrophic battery failures. Sparky's goal is the early detections of failure conditions to avoid catastrophic battery fires and enhance reliability. Stereo stands for Scalable Traffic Management for Emergency Response Operation, is exploring to what extent can a UTM ecosystem reduce response times, scale aircraft operations, and provide operation resiliency to dynamic changes during a disastrous event. Stereo's goals are to evaluate new technologies to connect stakeholders under adverse conditions and enhancements of tools to improve collaborative decision-making. Lastly, HEATHER stands for Highly Efficient Electrified Aircraft Thermal Research, is exploring the feasibility of managing the waste heat on megawatt-level electric aircraft propulsion system while achieving performance and operational cost benefits. HEATHER's goal is to reduce electrical loss to the point where waste heat can be managed through a local air cooling or direct outer mold lining cooling. You'll learn more about these activities directly from their respective PIs during the showcase. If you would like further information, feel free to contact me or any of the CAS team members. Also, don't forget to visit our homepage. I hope you enjoy the rest of the 2021 TACP Showcase. Thank you for joining us.
Great. Thank you, Debbie, very much for that presentation and the video explanation of an overview of CAS and clearly some of the most creative acronyms for activity names we have in the agency. So I think you win the prize for that. But so yeah, we'd like to take some time now to go through the Q&A with both Keith, Marty, and we're going to have hopefully going to have Debbie join us too. Debbie, if you want to turn on your camera and go from there, that would be great. And a reminder to everybody. Go ahead and turn on your IO tool. Go ahead and click in the link, the IO link in the YouTube chat to post some questions up there. It's been a great process. There'll also be a poll after this. Don't forget to put that on there, but we'll go ahead and do that. So one of the first questions I want to throw out there, and Marty, you mentioned this, those familiar with CAS in the past and knows that a lot of the emphasis has been on technical feasibility and the successes of that and how that can link and open channels to larger development of technology up at TRL scale. But you also mentioned how your CAS has transitioned to add a measure of desirability and viability along with that technical feasibility. Why? Why the change? Why are we adding those two components?
So there's two dimensions of that, and I'm try to keep it really short just so that we have an opportunity to answer lots of questions. There's two dimensions. One is in order to really transition the work that we're able to do within CAS to demonstrate feasibility, viability, and desirability for these ideas increases the likelihood that we can partner and transition the results of the concepts that we're developing to other projects. Right, because CAS is the early stage incubator. We don't do the technology development. When we develop and demonstrate that the concept is viable, now somebody's got to invest in the development of it so that we can lower the barriers and make it transferable into industry. And if we want stuff to go into industry, we better be desirable and viable, in addition to being technically feasible. And I think one of our weaknesses within aeronautics, and it's not a major one, but it's a minor one, is that we'll work on a technology for a decade, right? Put it in a package, wrap it up, put a bow on it, and try to hand it to somebody, and there's nobody there to take it from us. So that's not a good investment. So part of the focus on CAS is really try to have a better return on that investment.
Hey, Steve, can I jump in on that one?
Please,
as well?
Please do.
So I couldn't agree more. And one of the things that excites me about CAS as it's evolving is, and it's near and dear to my heart, is the customer focus. So how do we deliver value? Not only that NASA researchers can get excited about and have a great TP written or something like this. Really good work. And as important as that is, but how can we get to what our customers find value? So who are our customers? Certainly NASA mission projects are our customers. And within ARMD, but beyond ARMD, as I mentioned earlier, the space side of NASA as well. We have to, and we are. CAS is viewing all of them as customers. Of course, our NASA leadership as well, and the ARMD mission itself, aligning what we do with the strategic goals of ARMD. That's a key customer requirement, I would say. And we delight our customers externally as well. That's the expectation. One of the things you're going to see CAS focus more and more on is partnering and really working as Marty was indicating, getting to desirability, the feasibility, of course, driving out some risk, and the value to those customers. So.
And that's a great point, Keith. And on that line of partnering or collaboration, how do we think we should best collaborate with those external to NASA, be them industry or universities as well, academia? How is the best way, or some of the untapped potential we have of partnering with some of these entities?
Yeah, so for my part, or from my perspective, I should say, we're exploring a number of opportunities or another number of avenues to do just that. So one thing I think NASA, especially with NARI and in things related to UTM and beyond that now with AAM, creating industry forums where folks actually work and press needs together, and iron sharpens iron in those forums. So that's certainly a key area and something CAS is involved with. But also we have a research and with connections with T-Cubed and connections with ULI as well. How do we get to what is emerging from the next generation, the folks in college, coming out of college at the university levels, the professors that are engaged in those research there as well. So you're going to see an increased focus. We've already had that, but within CAS specifically, on what we call LYRA, and more to come on that, but to focus on building those connections and bridges, marrying our children together, as it were, with industry and with universities in the space. I think I see Debbie has something to add there too.
Yeah, Debbie, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to add too that our researchers in their own activities also reach out to academies and to schools and to partners. So further, giving the umbrella out there to get the information out that we're looking for partnerships, and also motivating students to be part of our solutions.
Oh, that's great. Thanks.
And Steve, if I just want to jump in really quick, I'll just say that we've come a long way in engaging these communities, and we've had a lot of lessons learned in that process of doing that, and so we're seeing a lot of evidence of these, and it's not necessarily the idea that we started with that ends up transitioning. It's other things. It's people. It's ideas. It's capabilities, and so forth. So all those things are generating value along the lines of what Keith mentioned.
Yeah.
That's excellent. I think, and I think any time that we talk about either the external or internal, we heard from all day long the need for convergence, the need for agility. We have these, obviously, convergence in the name of CAS, but the agility factor too. And when you think about what are some of the challenges, we've talked about external and the benefits, but how about internal? As we look inward to NASA, what are some of the challenges with agility? So, how do the center's culture promote or inhibit the convergence and agility we're trying to achieve in the project? It's for any of you.
Well, I'll put part of that towards the execution. It's a learning process, right? As I said in the video, we're a non-traditional aero project. And so the way we want to break the mold kind of has some resistance from our internal organizations, because that's not how we do business, right? And we're trying to say, yeah, but we're trying to change the way we do business. And so there might be a little bit of conflict there, but of course, they're always willing to help us. It's just like we have to remind them we're trying to change the way we're thinking, again, outside of that box. So it's a challenge at times, but we get it done.
And let me hook on to what Debbie said. I just want to mention that the fact that a lot of the folks that work in CAS go off and work in somewhere else, right? And then
We're
they have
spreading.
an experience of working in CAS in this agile light we call it management, and learning focused, and there's a lot of things we do differently. And then they go to the other projects and say, why can't we do more like what CAS is doing? So there's an organic transition of thinking and mindset that's part of this as well. And patience is required to see the benefits of that over time.
Absolutely. We got about 1 minute left. I'm going to throw together a couple of the questions that are on the IO system. And it's one comment was that it's very heartening to see the high risk innovative concepts that are encouraged by CAS, and it is. But can you count? And then one question also asked Keith for your biggest challenges maybe leading the CAS project. And I would think one of them is, and I'm going to combine this or lead the witness a little here. Can you comment on the level of tolerance for failing within the agency?
Mm-hmm.
That's we have taglines and T-shirts made of the converse of that statement. How is that mesh? How does the challenge and the embracing of falling forward with the resistance and risk prevention of the agency?
Boy, that's a great question. And that's really the biggest challenge that I think that we have. And we're talking about a fairly large change management effort here. We want to, as Marty and Debbie were indicating, we want to infect the rest of NASA with maybe a new way of approaching innovation. And that involves this risk taking, which is not comfortable. It isn't, and it's not natural. So what ends up happening is if you don't keep applying a constant steady pressure towards the change that you want, we're going to naturally, especially as engineers and researchers, we're going to naturally fall back into sort of an execution mindset, a lower risk, we want to succeed, that sort of thing. So I would say the biggest challenge right now in making all of this a reality, in punctuating the value of what we've done in CAS up till now, and you're going to see more about that on Thursday for sure. So make sure you tune back in for that. But is going to be in communications internally and externally as we address the change management. So we have to get really specific of what we mean when we say risky, and we have to get really specific about rewarding failure, sort of, in the sense of it's okay. As one guy told me this week, Isaac from the past, I chatted with him, previous PM, but Isaac he used the baseball analogy of, hey, we think it's great when a baseball player bats 300, but that's pretty far from 1,000. So we need to be in that same sort of mindset here, and seeing a lot of good failures and celebrating and rewarding that, because we learn so much in that process. So that's a few things, but there's more.
Right. Well, thank you so much, Debbie, Marty, and Keith. Keith, welcome to the team. Debbie, Marty, thank you so much. Wonderful presentation. It seems like we've just nipped the tip of the iceberg on this one. And as you said, Keith, there'll be more conversations coming up in the next couple of days. There's a lot of potential issues here of excitement to discuss. So we look forward to hearing more from CAS in the upcoming days. And that's great. So thank you all, and thank you to the questions as well.
Thank you, Steve.
Appreciate
We're going to actually, you got it. We're going to actually transition to the third. We've heard about UI, the University Initiative. We've heard about CAS. We have last is our Transformational Tools and Technology Project, TTT, or as we call it, T-Cubed. So we're going to transition into that. And with that, we're going to roll into a video, which is going to have Mike Rogers, our project manager for T-Cubed, and Vanessa Aubuchon, which is one of our sub-project managers. We're going to roll a video, and then we're going to have some Q&A with those individuals. So please enjoy.
Hello, my name is Mike Rogers, and I manage the Transformational Tools and Technologies, or T-Cubed project. T-Cubed undertakes foundational cross-cutting research for NASA's Aeronautics Research Mission Directorate and supports all 6 of the Directorate's strategic research thrusts. T-Cubed is one of the 3 projects in the Transformative Aeronautics Concepts program, and like its sister projects, CAS and UI, seeks to transform aeronautics research capabilities at NASA. T-Cubed develops better computational tools, explores new technologies, invents new measurement techniques, and enables more autonomous systems, all the while applying these capabilities to the exciting new aeronautics concepts of the future.
Hi, and welcome to the TACP Showcase. My name is Vanessa Abishan, and I'm going to give you an overview of the Transformational Tools and Technologies Project, otherwise known as T-Cubed. Before I get started, I want to share a little bit about myself and what my role is in this project. I have worked for NASA for almost 18 years now. I have a lot of energy around new things, solving problems, improving processes, that sort of thing. And that energy has led me to multiple different places and organizations where I've worked throughout my career. I've worked in both space exploration and aviation and in multiple positions. So from researcher to systems engineer to branch head and to project manager. Right now, I'm a sub-project manager for Revolutionary Aviation Mobility in T-Cubed. I got my bachelor's degree in aerospace engineering from Mississippi State University. I got my master's degree in aerospace engineering from Virginia Tech, and I'm currently pursuing my PhD in engineering management from Old Dominion University. I am very involved in AIAA, serving as a Hampton Roads Section Council member, the Region 1 Deputy Director for Career and Professional Development, and on several other boards and committees. I'm also proud to be an honorary president of the Peninsula Engineers Council. As far as my personal life goes, I have two very bold young gentlemen that I share my life with and try to positively influence. I try to stay involved with my local community. I'm an assistant den leader for the Bears for Pocosin Pac-28. And I frequently serve as a volunteer judge and cuer in the FIRST robotics competitions and speak and judge at various other local STEM events. So let's get back to the T-Cube project. The project manager is Mike Rogers, whom you just heard from. The deputy project manager is Dale Hopkins, and the associate project manager is Joe Morrison. So the goal of the T-Cube project is to enable fast, efficient design and analysis of advanced aviation systems from first principles and support exploratory research with breakthrough potential. The ways in which we accomplish that goal are to perform foundational cross-cutting research for civil air vehicles across all 6 ARMD thrusts, with the purpose of promoting new aircraft design, reducing development risk, and improving aircraft performance. There are both multidisciplinary aspects and discipline-based aspects of the project. Tools and technologies are developed that enable and support the ARMD missions as well as U.S. industry and other government agencies. So this is how T-Cubed is organized. At the top, you can see the executive team listed in the blue box. The red box contains the names of our project center liaisons who work closely with their respective NASA centers to execute the goals of the project. In the green box are the names of the folks who keep the project organized and running. On the bottom, there are 2 major components, one for enduring discipline research areas and one for sub-projects. The enduring discipline research areas are materials and structures, combustion, controls, communication and cybersecurity, revolutionary computational aerosciences, innovative measurements, multidisciplinary design analysis and optimization, and autonomous systems. Deep discipline expertise exists within each of these areas. About half of the project content is focused on research in the enduring disciplines. The sub-projects, on the other hand, are aligned with ARMD priorities. They are foundational electrified aircraft propulsion, revolutionary aviation mobility, and reduced life cycle cost. You'll be hearing more about those shortly. The 4th sub-project, enabling supersonic transport, is in formulation and may start execution in the next year or so. Each of the disciplines supports various aspects of these sub-projects to promote cross-discipline interaction and focus on ARMD priority areas. So first, I'll cover some descriptions and highlights of the content in each of the enduring discipline areas that are not covered as part of the sub-project content. First up is Revolutionary Computational Aerosciences, also known as RCA. Much of the content in RCA is aligned with CFD Vision 2030. This vision study was funded by T-Cubed and has enjoyed broad community support and continued engagement since its release. It provides a forecast of the future computational capabilities required for turbulent, transitional, and reacting flow simulations. Not only has CFD 2030 been used to inform the RCA technical challenge, it has also informed the T-cubed combustion and MDAO technical challenges. Since I'll spend a good bit of time highlighting RCA accomplishments under the RLCC subproject later on, I'm going to move on to some of the other disciplines. Next up is Revolutionary Materials and Structures, or M&S. Before I cover some of the recent achievements of researchers in materials and structures, I want to introduce the M&S 2040 Vision Study. The roadmap for integrated multi-scale modeling and simulation of materials and systems combines the design of materials and design with materials approaches into a concurrent model-based paradigm. This roadmap provides for concurrent design, development, and deployment of materials and systems throughout the product lifecycle for affordable, producible aerospace applications. Recently, GE organized a workshop based on the vision key elements and invited Dr. Arnold, who leads the revolutionary M&S discipline, to speak on the vision and NASA's T-cubed implementation. Much like the CFD 2030 vision shapes the research being done in RCA, the M&S 2040 vision shapes the research being done in revolutionary M&S. This is what we call the big rock slide. It shows the major pieces of work ongoing in revolutionary materials and structures. As you can see, the rocks are aligned in swim lanes for composite modeling, metallic material design, and electric aircraft. Some of these areas support the RLCC and FEEP subprojects that I will speak about later in the presentation, and some are in the enduring disciplines portion of the portfolio. So now I'm going to show you a few highlights from M&S. The team developed a new generation of nickel titanium hafnium bearing alloys that have overcome manufacturing and fatigue challenges and enabled a reduction in engine weight, resulting in a 3-year license agreement with the largest manufacturer, Chematics. So here you are seeing the high temperature erosion facility at Glenn Research Center, where researchers perform erosion testing at 1200 degrees Celsius on thermal and environmental barrier coatings, as well as silicon carbide ceramic matrix composites. It's in facilities like these that researchers demonstrated improved additively manufactured high temperature alloy capabilities through dispersion strengthening. The mechanical properties surpass even conventional wrought superalloys. This research has resulted in several collaborative agreements with external partners and has interest from other NASA mission directorates. Also at Glenn Research Center is the Quick Access Rocket Exhaust Facility. This facility just completed construction in late 2020. It is utilized to perform testing of coated and uncoated ceramic matrix composites. This facility can provide high heat flux via the combustion of oxygen and natural gas, which also provides a high water vapor content that is critical for testing environmental barrier coatings and ceramic matrix composites. The sample being tested in the video is a silicon carbide bar heated to 3000 degrees Fahrenheit. And finally, to further reinforce that the M&S researchers have had many achievements over the last year, too many to give them due credit in my short time with you today, I show you their map of collaborators. They work closely with industry, academia, standards organizations, and other government agencies from across the country. The Multidisciplinary Design Analysis and Optimization Discipline Team, or MDAO team, has been working towards a technical challenge aimed at advanced design and optimization tools for coupled multidisciplinary analysis with a range of fidelities. They are trying to shorten the design cycle of revolutionary new vehicles. Pivoting to high-impact applications has resulted in broad adoption of Open MDAO, which is being widely used across other government agencies, industry, and academia for a wide variety of applications. AFRL, Northrop Grumman, and Stanford are using OpenMDAO to solve aeropropulsive and aerostructural design problems for supersonic aircraft. NREL and DTU have an ongoing partnership to build wind energy design tools on top of OpenMDAO. They specifically aim to provide tools to industry, and Siemens has begun adopting their work. Aurora Flight Sciences uses OpenMDAO to do medium and high fidelity aerostructural design optimization for their D8 aircraft models. Raytheon uses OpenMDAO and Dymos for their missile development program. And now on to combustion. Lean blowout is a key figure of merit in the ASTM synthetic jet fuel approval process. The capability to predict the impact of new fuels on lean blowout can save thousands of gallons of fuel and months of time during fuel approval process by reducing or eliminating sector or full annular combustor testing. Combustion's technical challenge that is wrapping up soon hopes to predict lean blowout with a less than 20% error in fuel sensitivity. And now for a highlight from innovative measurements. A multi-center test in the Ames Unitary Plan Wind Tunnel demonstrated the feasibility of tomographic background-oriented Schlieren in a large-scale ground test facility, a first-of-its-kind demonstration. An ensemble of compact imaging systems with pulsed illumination sources developed by the research team were used to visualize 3D density gradients in the flow of a supersonic model concept. Now on to the T-Cubed subprojects. First, I'll cover the Foundational Electrified Aircraft Propulsion subproject, also known as FEAP. It supports R&D research needs through development of innovative materials, components, tools, and methods that enable performance, reliability, and durability of electrified aircraft propulsion or EAP systems. FEAP has 3 objectives. One is to enable high voltage and high power distribution for EAP systems by developing new insulation and conductor materials and developing validated modeling and optimization tools for those power distribution systems. The second is to develop optimization tools and methods for electric and hybrid electric vehicle design. Researchers accomplish this by developing capabilities to achieve high-fidelity electric motor design, system-level design for power transmission cables, and battery architecture and thermal modeling. Researchers are also beginning to develop safe battery technologies to improve EAP performance metrics. Last year, researchers developed a 3-foot-long bus bar prototype with a NASA-developed electrical insulation MMEI system. They finalized the optimum insulation design, autoclave vacuum bagging, and fuse bonding processing conditions and procedures to develop the multifunctional structure that includes corona resistance, moisture barrier, EMI shielding, and thermal management. The lightweight electrical insulation for power transmission enables electrified aircraft. The state-of-the-art and multidisciplinary aircraft design was advanced by fully coupling rotor aerodynamics, airframe weights and structures, and electrical propulsion modeling, including batteries, thermal management, and aircraft trajectory analysis. A new battery model and mid-fidelity thermal model showed that an undersized thermal management system prevented the aircraft from flying its prescribed mission and forced it to climb to keep its subsystems cool. Next, I'll talk about the Revolutionary Aviation Mobility subproject. The goal is to provide leading-edge tools, technologies, and research findings to enable increasingly autonomous advanced air mobility transportation in the UAM maturity level 4 and beyond timeframe. There are 3 active objectives. The first is to enable scalable operations that will achieve the full vision and potential of AAM through development of targeted tools and techniques critical for autonomous end-to-end fleet management. The second is to explore and develop airspace management and operations architectures and tools in expectation of increased heterogeneous air traffic. The third is to develop modeling performance and controls, tools, and techniques for advanced urban-capable aircraft. The fourth is a future objective based on scaled vehicle production and could include such technologies as digital twin, supply chain ecosystem development, additive manufacturing, thermoplastics, and more. There were numerous achievements for the RAM subproject last year. The first I will highlight is the rapid aero modeling technique. You can see it being used here on the LA-8 vehicle. The technique exponentially reduces time to build a high-fidelity aerodynamic database for a complex UAM vehicle. We're talking on the order of 8 years of traditional wind tunnel data sweeps versus the 14 days it took to get a high-fidelity database for this vehicle with 23 factors. Another achievement is the development of UAM source noise prediction and oralization tools. These tools will be used in upcoming RVLT psychoacoustic tests to model the human audibility and annoyance, playing a big part in overcoming the noise barrier for UAM. Vertical and short takeoff or landing aircraft aerodynamics often require experiments or expensive CFD runs to accurately predict. T-Cubed is producing new tools that model V-STOL aerodynamics with reasonable accuracy for conceptual design. MDAO researchers have proposed a novel approach to leverage large-scale optimization methods to efficiently solve airspace management problems with hundreds of aircraft. The T-Cubed disciplines of autonomous systems and communications and cybersecurity are entirely mapped to the RAM subproject, so they were not covered earlier in the presentation under Enduring Disciplines. Autonomous Systems supports the first two RAM objectives of M-to-N fleet management and autonomous airspace management. M-to-N fleet management indicates the operational mode where there is no pilot on board the aircraft. There is an operator or supervisor on the ground that has some limited control. In this scenario, there are a small number of M operators and a large number of N aircraft. This operational scenario achieves the UAM goal of significantly more vehicles than humans, which is how the UAM business case will be achieved. Machine perception and cognition, intelligent contingency management, and human autonomy teaming are the focus areas. For autonomous airspace management, researchers have identified several potential airspace architectures along with a framework for evaluating those architectures. They are now evaluating the effectiveness of the chosen architectures, such as collective autonomous mobility. A new laboratory, Remote Operations for Autonomous Missions, was established in 2020 and is home to the crowd-developed ground control station that will support T-Cubed RAM, CAS stereo, and AAM projects high-density vertiplex. A cognitive task analysis was performed with partner Uber to obtain a better understanding of the mission tasks, interfaces, and needs anticipated for M-to-N operation. A team of researchers is preparing several COT sensors to test in the Sandia Fog Tunnel later this year. They want to learn how capable these sensors are for future UAM missions. You can see their setup in the NASA UAV Autonomy Research Complex here. Now what you see here is a demonstration of a convoy formation over San Francisco based in the Unity simulation platform. This is a collaboration with the CAS Attractor team to begin evaluating an autonomous air traffic management scenario called collective autonomous mobility. Researchers are working to evaluate operational scenarios that allow for significantly increased air traffic over urban areas, where air traffic control may not be able to manage aircraft the way they do now. Multiple entities within the DoD and FAA are beginning immediate studies to integrate EVA, a runtime assurance architecture, for use on autonomous aircraft. The Resilient Autonomy team is working hard towards flight demonstrations in partnership with the DoD and FAA. When the pandemic sent researchers home from their labs in March, they quickly adapted their research to a simulation platform, working together from all over the country. Here you can see a demonstration of the air collision avoidance system in their X-plane simulation with EVA hardware in the loop. Now I'm going to introduce the communications discipline. The goal of the communications research is to more efficiently use available aviation spectrum and use alternate means of communication, including consumer wireless services. Currently, there are two active research areas, one based on advanced phased array antenna technologies and one looking at dynamic spectrum allocation concepts. A third in formulation is proposing to use optical frequencies for communication. The Autonomous Spectrum Allocation team is developing concepts to dynamically share spectrum and avoid interference. As you can see here, phased array antennas were proven to be a viable solution for UAS communications in a former CAS activity. Now, the ADAPT team is developing tools and algorithms for self-optimization on arbitrary platforms to enable reliable and secure communications. Moving on to our third and final subproject in T-Cubed, we come to reduced life cycle costs. The focus of this subproject is to reduce the life cycle cost of aircraft to enable U.S. industry to stay competitive worldwide. Researchers aim to reduce life cycle costs by enabling certification by analysis to reduce surprises during flight tests and increase manufacturing and assembly rates during the production phase. Future goals exist for decreasing the amount of required maintenance as well. The first objective of the RLCC subproject is being met through a technical challenge based on certification by analysis. The goal is to develop and demonstrate computationally efficient eddy-resolving modeling tools that predict maximum lift coefficient for transport aircraft with the same accuracy as certification flight tests. Achieving this technical challenge could save hundreds of millions of dollars in each aircraft development program by reducing flight test costs. The challenge is being overcome through physical modeling and simulations, high-performance computing tools and methods, and CFD validation experiments. In RLCC, best practices were developed for the application of computational tools for prediction of film cooling effects to protect surfaces from hot combustion product gases. Turbulent heat flux experiments enabled better computational tools for prediction and design of future propulsion systems. The Fun3D group has been engaged in a multi-year effort to prepare the Fun3D CFD software for a diverse range of emerging architectures, enabling the exascale era. Success in porting Fun3D to GPUs has inspired a major OEM to use the code for vehicle drag reduction studies, positioning them competitively for a major DoD acquisition. The LavaRAN CFD solver was refactored to exploit more powerful numerical algorithms and modern computer hardware, resulting in an order of magnitude speedup for several ARMD applications. For example, the code was demonstrated to achieve a 27 times speedup for the Boeing Transonic Truss-Braced Wing wind tunnel database generation. The RLCC M&S team is collaborating with the FAA and the composite materials community to inform and provide transition paths for new work in development and qualification of adhesively bonded composites in support of rapid manufacturing. Wall-modeled large eddy simulation code computations are capturing physics of flow separation and explaining flight test results, quickly deploying new capabilities for decreased time to market. T-Cubed has a robust NASA research announcement portfolio. They provide a mechanism to collaborate with academia and industry, a recommendation of the CFD Vision 2030 study. There were 27 active NRA awards last year, with several more being awarded early this year. The NRAs support RCA, MDIO, combustion controls, and M&S. These NRAs have been highly successful at infusing technology into NASA research. For example, wall-modeled large eddy simulations developed under a Stanford NRA are promising for prediction of CLMAX. Advances in full Reynolds stress transport modeling under an NC State NRA are being used for prediction of juncture flows and engine inlet performance and distortion. Finally, experimental validation data gathered under a University of Illinois NRA have improved our ability to predict compressible turbulent mixing layers. T-Cubed continually considers new content for its portfolio by assessing the state of the art and the needs of ARMD and its stakeholders, and also relies on guidance from vision studies and analysis of alternative studies. A new set of measures and metrics that are designed to foster innovation evaluate the performance of the project each year, which also serves as a feedback loop on portfolio selection. As I hope you notice, T-Cubed is a place for innovation and collaboration, continually pushing the state of the art and developing new tools and technologies that are valuable to our United States aviation industry and beyond. Thank you for your attention and attendance at the TACP Showcase. We look forward to interacting with you all.
Well, that was great information. Thank you very much, Vanessa. I would like to welcome now a question and answer session. We're going to have, again, Mike Rogers and Vanessa Aubuchon turn on their cameras, and we'll field some questions that are out there. I think there was a lot of information and wonderful information about the great work that's happening in T-Cubed. And we've heard a lot today, obviously, from a higher level perspective, an overall perspective. We've heard it from the university initiatives. We've heard it from CAS. And from UI and CAS, we've heard a little bit of their differentiation between some of the different larger mission scale programs in ARMD. So I want to ask either Mike or Vanessa, how does the research in T-Cubed distinguish itself from that being done in other mission-focused aeronautics projects?
Yeah, I can take a stab at that. T-Cubed, when it was initially created, one of the sort of ways to decide whether the work belonged in T-Cubed or one of the mission projects was whether it was cross-cutting. We're developing tools that no single mission project would want to take on its own, but all of them benefit from. So one example is turbulence modeling. We have projects focused on supersonics, projects focused on rotorcraft, projects focused on subsonic transports. All of them needed improved turbulence modeling, and all will benefit from the kinds of research that T-Cubed is doing. So the real focus there for T-Cubed is physics-based modeling that really has the potential to be much more broadly applicable. We can take greater risks being in TACs on trying new techniques that are really not well sort of taken up by industry yet, but show promise in terms of being able to do better. So for instance, one of the challenges in a lot of aviation applications is being able to predict where the airflow separates over an aircraft. In other words, where the drag becomes such that the flow can no longer stay attached and flow smoothly over the airplane, but lifts away from the body like stall on an airplane. That's really tough to compute with CFD, and the Reynolds average Navier-Stokes techniques don't do very well at that. But we've been looking at new techniques that actually try and resolve some of the larger scale motions, the so-called solving techniques, and those are showing much more promise, as Vanessa mentioned in her talk, at being able to handle that kind of situation. So investing in those higher risk but big payoff new tool capabilities that have a longer timeline perhaps for that research to succeed, but then are broadly applicable and really change the way a lot of aeronautics will be doing business. So I think, also on the materials side, Miles O'Brien earlier today mentioned that battery technology is a lot of trial and error. And historically, that's what it's been. You mix different elements together, see what happens. We're asking, are there ways we can apply our tools to maybe make it not trial and error, but predictively be able to decide what are good materials for cathodes and anodes? How do I predict an electrolyte from first principles? And being able to understand the failure mechanisms of some of those new chemistries and how to avoid them. So I think the ability to look longer term at some of these needs and develop the kinds of tools of the future is really where T-Cube works, rather than on the nearer term problems where the tool is already in pretty good shape.
Right. So the longer term, the time scale obviously is a nice differentiator. But Vanessa, along with the time, how do you think the innovation that comes out of T-Cube compares or contrasts or is different than the innovation out of like the CAS project?
Yeah, so that's a great question. A complex question because I think there are many types of innovation even within T-Cubed. I mean, you saw the portfolio I presented is enormous. It took me 20 minutes to talk through just the highlights, and that was not even half of the accomplishments last year. So it's a little different in that similar to CAS, we try to give the researchers a little more space, like building off of what Mike just talked about, or he talked about, we give them a little bit more time maybe to develop tools that may or may not pan out. And so there's those types of risky, I'll say, innovations, where you don't see a payoff right away. It takes a little bit of time. And then we have in the new T-Cube structure, there's those new sub-projects where we're trying to do more of a multidisciplinary thing rather than just a single deep discipline expertise. So there you have, a little bit different flavor of innovation. We're trying to kind of push innovation by having the different disciplines work together towards something. That is still kind of a longer time horizon goal, but so there's a couple different flavors there. So hopefully that helps try to describe the innovative environment.
No, it's great. I threw a good loaded question at you there, so that's nice.
And I think actually you heard this term permeable boundary earlier. What we're discovering is that there really is a good synergistic use for the two projects, where CAS kind of was looking at feasibility and does this even make sense, and maybe the initial look at what kind of technologies need to be successful to make it happen. But it's still really too risky to hand over to a mission project that isn't going to be assured of obvious benefit in the reasonable time frame. And so T-Cubed is really proven a good incubation ground where we can take those ideas or the pieces that look like they're promising, develop them further, and build that case that where the mission project should pick up some of these new capabilities. So I think having both projects in TACP has really allowed us to ensure that some of that CAS work does have a shot at transitioning better into the portfolio.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that, Mike. There was, and I heard that a few times in the video you created there, Vanessa, regarding the some of the work had been done in CAS previously, and TCUB's taken it to another level and expanded. So I'm glad that was mentioned as an example of the permeable boundary for some of the projects in TCUB. So one of the things I do want to get at is also in the whole concept. The whole concept of multidisciplinary again. So you talk about the MDAO project you mentioned, or efforts you mentioned in the video. But there's a question in the IO tool that does MDAO appear to have the value internally as well as externally? Does TCUBE MDAO team have any collaborations with other programs or projects in A or MD? So how is the collaborative effort going there with MDAO, and how does it fit into maybe some of the?
Yeah,
also saw some of the things in academia, but how does it also encourage MDAO?
We maintain close connection with the mission projects. A lot of our work is done in conjunction with RVLT, the Revolutionary Vertical Lift Project. They're the ones focused on creating these, understand their needs, what they need to sort of demonstrate these capabilities, what sort of better tools could enable better progress, and bring that information back into our tool development efforts. Yeah, we have a very aggressive outreach, open MDO team, as you saw from NASA's talk, not only to other NASA projects, but also to all kinds of international folks working on problems from wind turbine energy, any number of things that are even tightly tied to aeronautics. So I think definitely a lot of outreach there, and a continual communication on what are the needs from the mission projects that we can be incorporating into the tool set.
Vanessa, anything to add to that?
Oh, no. Mike summarized their interactions well. That has been one of the good, really successful tools of the many successful. Right. So that's a good example of how TCUBE builds tools to work with other entities.
Yeah, Vanessa, you mentioned when I threw at you the loaded question of innovation, and again, we could probably spend 3 days alone in a conference like this discussing what innovation is and the aspects of it and the different components of it. So it's my turn to throw the tough one to Mike. Mike, there's a question in the IO. How do you encourage, quote, innovation in TCUBE? And you can define that however you think you want to define it.
Yeah, and that's, I think, the way we do it is to try and give researchers the latitude to dig in more deeply into their bright ideas, into their new ways of doing things, and to really tell the story up and out about what the potential benefit from those new capabilities would be, right? So it's continually looking at the ideas that are coming up there, finding where there are applications for those, and making those connections and telling that story, and allowing them the latitude. Again, this longer time horizon allows us to take that risk, to try and do things where the payoff is not obvious that it's going to be there at least soon, but the potential is really high for really just completely revamping the way we do business. I think OpenMDO is a great example there, how really if you're needing to optimize over thousands of variables in terms of the detailed shape of an aircraft or how to implement boundary layer ingestion or something, that tool has made it possible to rigorously do that optimization in a reasonable amount of time. And so that's opening up a whole bunch of opportunities across any number of areas.
So we've talked a little bit, and we got about time for one more question. We have talked a lot about with TCUBE here, a lot of the internal interactions and the crossing boundaries and everything that is very exciting with that. But how about externally? If external entities, some of the private sector industry specifically interested in partnering with TCUBE on any of these subjects presented here, how do they go about doing that? Or conversely, how do you all reach out to the externals to partner with them?
Yeah, and that's great. And on day 3 on Thursday, we'll have talking about partnerships, collaborations, and networking specifically for that. One of the big ways we do it is through the large meetings like AIAA meetings or technical society meetings, that really have the subject matter expert community for these particular research areas. And so there are any number of prediction workshops that we're participating in, working closely with industry and academia in terms of overcoming some of these problems. I think we're seeing more and more that the benefits are coming from multidisciplinary efforts, which require a broad collaboration really to get all those components well understood. And the way to accelerate progress is to be teaming with folks and to share our experiences and what we're learning with what they're doing, checking things out independently with different codes, and making advances more quickly by working together. So yeah, that'll be the focus of our talks on Thursday.
That's great. Well, Mike and Vanessa, I want to thank you very much for putting together video, for answering some of these wonderful questions. I want to thank the audience for asking those questions. A reminder that there's a poll on a link to the poll on the YouTube chat. Please click on that and give your feedback. It makes this really, we'll take any feedback to make this a great success and partnership with you, with the audience, and NASA Aeronautics. We've heard from the three major projects within TACP, and then we just had a nice comment by Mike there at the end about how we reach out to the externals. How do the external world connect to that? So we're going to actually take a break now, but when we come back, we're going to have a great panel discussion with some venture capitalists talking about what are the lessons to learn from the venture capital model and all about that. So I'm going to ask everyone to come back at, let's see, how about 40 past the hour? So 40 past the hour, come back from a break and do your polls, get some stretching in, come back from that. Mike, Vanessa, thank you again very much for your presentation. Very much appreciated.
Thank you, Steve.
All right, everybody, let's break until 40 past the hour and enjoy your break. We'll come back for an excellent panel discussion. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. This has been a great event so far, and really appreciate Angela and Steve, John and Sharon Monica Jones for their leadership in putting this event together. It's been a fantastic outreach and information sharing. We are now starting with a venture capitalist panel. This is third year in the row at this Transformative Aeronautics Concepts Program showcase. So today's panel is all about learning from venture capitalists how they make the decisions. We always want to know how they make the decisions. Are we doing something right, or can we learn from outside industry? So we got really talented venture capitalists on board today. So Greer Carper, he's at Horizon X, then Jim Lockett, who's at JetBlue Ventures, then Peter Shannon, who will join us shortly with Radius Capital. The first three of them are investors into aerospace industry. That's why we've chosen them. And then Mislav Tulsek, who is at Martin Crampton, a big VC company as well. So we are really fortunate to have these talented venture capitalists. Some of them are aspiring to have a Midas touch pretty soon here, and so you will know when they do. But at least you can get their pictures now. And let's start off with some cool introductions. So what I'm going to do is turn them one at a time and say what kind of sectors they invest, which company they work for, obviously, what kind of sectors they invest, and what their philosophy of investing is. So let's start out with sort of a nice kickoff discussion. Why don't we start with Jim Lockett from JetBlue Ventures. Welcome, Jim.
Thank you very much. Happy to kick it off. Happy to be here. So my name is Jim Lockheed, and I'm a principal with JetBlue Technology Ventures, corporate venture arm of JetBlue Airways. Spend most of my time obviously looking for new technologies and startups that could be a good partner for JetBlue to partner with as a strategic investment. My personal background is kind of a mix between aerospace and entrepreneurship. Started my career in the Air Force as an avionics technician working on fighter jets. Then went on to work for a startup that was being acquired by Boeing, doing long-range surveillance drones. Spent some of my early 20s as a surveillance drone operator, traveling overseas for that company as a civilian, but working with the military. Spent a few more years in operations for them as a Boeing employee. Left to get my MBA and started a company on the side exploring commercial use cases for drones, which started a tangent of about 6 years where I built up that company, started another, ended up selling one of those. And there was a point when I was thinking about what I would do next. And the thing that I really wanted to do was something bigger, a startup with more impact, more reach. And that led me into researching and learning everything I could about financing and how people start these large, impactful companies, which led to a huge interest in venture capital. And for me, it was almost kind of a pathway that was almost like vicarious entrepreneurship. I got fascinated by the fact that there's a job out there where someone is helping other entrepreneurs build their companies and get to that next level. So I made my way to the Bay eventually, spent some time at another firm, and then was extremely excited to see a role with JetBlue Technology Ventures, which focuses on travel and aerospace and early stage technologies and basically everything that I'm into. So I've been here about 2 years now. And for an intro on our firm, obviously, corporate venture arm of JetBlue Airways. We are headquartered in San Carlos. JetBlue is in New York. That was very intentional. We were kind of set up to be something that was exterior to the organization that's purely focused on early stage technologies, startups, concepts that might just be missed by a 23,000 person airline. So we focus primarily on broadly the travel industry and commercial aviation. We are probably a Series C to B type investor most often. We're not trying to lead rounds. Typically, we're usually trying to be in a syndicate with other investors. Our check size is usually in the few $1 million range. And the type of investor that we are, we're very much on the strategic side. So we're never going to make an investment that we think wouldn't have strong financial returns, but we're really kind of measured and judged on, is there some kind of impact and some kind of benefit that JetBlue can receive from a partnership with a company, whether that's revenue opportunities, efficiencies, cost savings, whatever it is. For what do we actually invest in, to narrow it down, we've got some very defined themes. You can find them on our website at JetBlue Ventures if anyone's ever curious. Like I said, we'll look at anything in the travel industry, but as far as our defined areas go, the first one would be basically anything that affects the passenger journey and makes it better and ultimately more seamless. So this could be anything from how do people get inspired about their travel, trip planning, booking, how do they get to an airport, get through the airport, what do they do in flight? This could be tours, activities, and events. An example would be one of our portfolio companies, Redeem, which helps tours and activities operators get connected to Google and OTAs and search engines for distribution. The idea being that an airline could use something like that to offer interesting tours and activities for customers. We also have a huge interest in hospitality and accommodations, just because it's such a huge part of a journey. Anyone that's booking a trip, and there's a lot of opportunity for travel providers and hospitality providers to partner together. Another interesting area is basically just aviation operations and enterprise systems in general, which covers a pretty broad area and just looks at the company as a whole. So this could be customer service, security, this could be aircraft maintenance, routing, scheduling, that kind of stuff. A good example is a company called I6 that we invested in, which basically focuses on aviation fuel management. It's a software platform for real-time inventory monitoring, for transfer, for procurement, accounting, all of those kind of things. You might be familiar with a company called Climacell, which is an interesting concept where basically they're taking a new way to determine hyper-local weather reporting and forecasting, which is being used by JetBlue to better plan for weather events. We also have a huge interest in basically airline distribution. So I don't know if you're familiar with the global distribution systems that companies like Sabre and Amadeus manage, but there's kind of this whole wild back end to how airlines get their airfare availability and pricing in front of the world. We invested in a company called 3 Victors to focus on this area, where basically they ingest hundreds of millions of pieces of data from the GDSs, basically clean all of that, store it, and combine it with search data from all around the world in real time, and help airlines and travel companies figure out basically where demand is going to be and where the most interesting places to focus on could be. And then lastly, one of our big focuses is sustainability in travel. And this kind of seems like very topical. I think everybody kind of has an interest in sustainability right now, but it's actually been a very public effort for JetBlue for its over 20-year existence. For example, JetBlue was the first domestic airline to report all of their carbon emissions. And then another example would be this year following through on a promise to voluntarily offset all domestic emissions. So yes, it does sound topical, but it has been an interest for a long time. And the kind of obvious one on that one would be Joby Aviation. We're an investor in Joby, looking at electric vertical takeoff and landing and how that can have positive impacts on the environment. And if you think about why we would make that kind of investment, for us, it's really thinking further out in the future to, how do we connect long distance travel with short distance emerging concepts, and that's a great one that would be a great partnership for the future. So I think that's enough on me and what we do. Thank you.
Yeah, well, that's great. Thank you for that nice comprehensive overview. I love the passion that you have about the passengers, and the new first class seats that you guys released was just great. I'm not sure I'll be able to sit in those, but I love seeing the pictures for sure. So next speaker up we have is Greer Carper, And you just gave away your secret by your background that you love the aerospace industry, looks like. So Greer, welcome from, Greer is from Boeing. And please explain to us what your philosophy is about investing and what is Boeing up to these days on investing.
Thanks, PK, for having me. And again, my name is Greer Carper, Boeing Horizon X Global Ventures. I've been with the fund for the last 3.5 years now, since its inception. And I've led most of our investments within the advanced air mobility and autonomy space. It's an area that I've been focusing on for the last 5 years or so, both on the commercial side and on the defense side. And it's an area of great interest right now. It's really exciting to be in aviation at this time, not just because of autonomy, but also because of electrification. And with that come a number of challenges that exist that NASA and many others are trying to tackle to address them accordingly. When we think about these new modalities of transportation, particularly at low altitudes, with the use of batteries and electric motors, we have a whole new set of both certification and operational challenges that we all have to surmount. We don't yet know what the risks are or what the risks will be for these new modalities of transport. And yet the work that NASA is doing at the advanced air mobility space, the work of regulators like the FAA and industry are all going to contribute to what that future state looks like. And there's a lot of uncertainty of what those assumptions may be. And so when we look at investments within this space, we're looking for entities that can help with this ecosystem mature and grow accordingly. When we look at our thematics, we have 4 main thematics that Boeing Horizon X focuses on. We focus on mobility transformation, which includes both electrification, autonomy, next generation mobility, next generation logistics. We have a thematic called Industry 4.0, which is all things factory floor and IoT. We have a thematic around space and connectivity, which includes launch services, satellite terminals, all the different types of connectivity solutions, be it terrestrial or satellite. And then we lastly have a disruptive computing thematic, which focuses on heterogeneous computing, quantum computing, distributed computing, and the impacts it may have on aviation. With those kind of 4 thematics in mind, much like JetBlue Ventures, we focus on mostly Series Seed to Series B to Series C. We can lead or be part of a syndicate, and we oftentimes do follow-ons as well. As a CVC, we ask the question of why Boeing, and that can either be to support a specific Boeing program, or alternatively could be to support a future ecosystem that may exist either now or in a future state. A recent example of a deal that I led was our investment into a startup called Robotic Skies, which provides maintenance, repair, and overhaul services for the emerging commercial UAS space. And that kind of investment is one where we are making a bet that a portion of commercial UAS operations will fall within the business aviation rules, Part 135, and as such, routine inspection maintenance services will be needed. Now, there's more than one way that you can go about achieving that outcome of routine maintenance and inspection services, but we feel the Robotic Skies is one of those that could most certainly help the ecosystem going forward. We like to ask those kind of questions, and but also view startups with an appreciation that as they go through a customer discovery journey with the problems they're trying to tackle, they will end up pivoting or evolving their offerings to meet those customer needs. And likewise, when we put together a strategic hypothesis as to why we make an investment into them, we have to be mindful of that future pivot. We'd rather see the startup pivot and be successful than not pivot and run out of runway. And so we try to be a guide to help them understand what opportunities may be ahead of them and what considerations need to be considered as they make these important strategic decisions. So happy to be here, and I'll turn it over back to you, PK.
Well, thank you, Greer. It's really fascinating to see your investment and the dimensions of autonomy and maintenance and unmanned systems. So that's really encouraging all the way up and leading up to the urban air mobility. So thank you for that. And so our next speaker up is Mislav Tolsek, and he is a chief investment officer at Crumpton Ventures. Before that, he had life at private equity team. So, Mislav, welcome. And we really would like to hear from you as to what your investment portfolio is, what your philosophy is, and how it might be different than our previous ventures.
No, thank you, PK. Very glad to be here on this panel. We think of ourselves as we call ourselves a VC firm because that's what everybody knows, but we kind of think of ourselves differently. We think of ourselves as more of a builder capital firm, and what that really means is our investment approach is a little different. So when we look at companies, we look at all the other metrics that all the other VCs look at, product market fit, does it fit the overall industry and all of that. And then one of the things that we really spend a lot of time thinking on is what can we do as a firm for that company? How can we help it? How can we help it grow? What are those strategic introductions that we could make that can really sort of move the needle? So from that aspect, it's almost like we're taking a little bit of a bet on ourselves and our networks. And this sort of really forms more of a partnership with an entrepreneur and with the company versus an investor company relationship, which sometimes can be a little bit cold, perhaps not as warm. So we like to invest in early stage C to round A/B companies. Our check sizes are anywhere from 6 to 7 figures. So think of it mid 6 figures to low 7, roughly. Three broad areas that we invest in. We like cybersecurity, analytics, AI, and then autonomy / robotics. What we generally look for are infrastructure enablement companies. So the proverbial example for this is we would rather invest in a wheel manufacturer than into a GM. If I invest into a good wheel manufacturer, I can sell it to GM, I can sell it to Ford, and I can sell it to everybody else, and therefore de-risk the area. The other thing that we generally look for is for companies that have some type of dual use technology, so that they can be used to advance national security. We like that, and obviously for us, what matters as well is the ability to scale that, not just in a national security space, but also in a commercial space. Our investment horizon, generally, we like to hold companies between 7 to 10 years. That's kind of what we look for. And, we talk to our entrepreneurs at least 2 to 3 times a week. Sometimes it really is, hey, is there anything going on? Nothing, okay. And then there are times when we really sit down with them and we need to think through what are some of the big difficult problems that we need to solve. Product market fit, how do we figure this out? Who are those clients? How do we do this? How do we position a company to raise another round? How do we think about all those things? Do we need to talk about hiring? Is the team really sort of performing the way that it is? Are there any holes, gaps that we need to fill? Where can we fill them? How do we do all of that? And then the other part that we also constantly look for with our companies is how can we put them effectively into ecosystems where they're enabling those things, so that they're not out there by themselves trying to convince the world that they really matter. They're a part of the system that's out there. If you think about it, the proverbial playground, you're not out there by yourself duking it out, but you really have a team on your end that sort of keeps everybody else away, and you understand that you probably don't want to be picking a fight with somebody who's very, very strong. So those are kind of a couple of things that about my firm. Me personally, I did asset management most of my life, ever since I came out of business school. Started off in distressed private equity, so we looked for companies that were going bankrupt. We turned them around. So that was actually a very, very interesting experience. Spending time coming out of business school, I thought I was going to end up on Wall Street doing these big deals. First assignment that ended up with, we bought a company that was in injection molding business, and ended up driving a forklift because the times it was basically the company was in trouble. So there you had these 3 MBAs that came out of big city into a small factory, and we were driving along forklifts and delivering plastic products to our customers. And then I moved on eventually to another company where we started a consulting company, and then we broke off the investment arm that I'm basically the head of right now. So I've been doing that for about 10, 12 years. So again, happy to be here.
Yeah, thank you for coming along today, Ms. Love. And I really like your focus on dual-use technologies, building the ecosystems, as well as the component manufacturing that's more diverse with the customer base. So that's awesome. Our next speaker up is Peter Shannon. Peter, can you come on live on camera, please?
Can you not see me? The camera's on.
Now we can see you. Yes, we can.
Oh,
and you
okay.
are you are the only one with ties. So you must have come from making a deal somewhere, and hopefully the deal was successful. But welcome. So
I knew with any other moderator, I wouldn't get a comment on that, but I knew it was coming. So thank you. Yeah, I've been on the go today, and so, but really happy to join for this panel. Been looking forward to this for the last few weeks, and so a little bit of background on myself. The founder of Radius Capital founded this operation a couple of years ago, and we are early stage investors focused in this theme area of advanced air mobility. However, the way that we look at the space is similar to what others have articulated in this session. We are really looking at this in terms of the enabling technologies, the supply chain opportunities, the software and data that either enable these new modes of flight or that tie these new flight capabilities together into networks, and that thereby create the ability to fly new missions at high density, complex missions, and to really bring forward the capability to apply this new type of flight to mission types and to solve problems in industries where we really haven't seen aviation applied that way yet. And that is really driven by the new possibilities that are opened up by electric propulsion, by simplified, safe, quiet vertical flight, and by automation. I think it's a really interesting sort of thing when we step back and as we step into this next chapter for aerospace, we really are stepping into a next chapter for broader transportation. Because if we can master the stack of technologies that enable us to perform these types of movements in a automated way that is safe and that is scalable and that is coordinated, it has implications certainly for flight, but those same technologies and practices are going to have implications for other forms of transportation on the ground and in other modes, and also really for other industries outside of transportation. I believe, and I'm so excited about being here in aerospace at this time, is that we in this community are solving some of the foundational technology challenges of how do we interweave digital systems into physical world systems. How do we make robotic systems truly successful out in the real world with all of its noise and all of its complexities? And I think that aerospace is the logical place where we're going to master that. And when we do, we're going to be able to apply those capabilities across a whole spectrum of other areas. So that theme really ties into how we think about the opportunities that are investable from an early stage standpoint today. We look across core common enablers to all types of flight. We look across data and system and network layers. Like Mislav, we're very interested in data links and cybersecurity. We're very interested in the trust layers that will be built that will enable these systems to interoperate with humans and with the public at large. There really is a whole host of very scalable, very pivotal platform technologies that are going to be built as we bring drones up to new levels of flight complexity and capability, as we do the same for other parts of advanced air mobility. And we're looking across that full stack of the scalable investment opportunities that have that broad applicability that can be funded today and fit within that early stage private capital type of time horizon.
Oh, that's great. I'm glad that you are focused exclusively on advanced air mobility, urban air mobility. There's a lot to be done there, and there is interesting opportunity and collaborations with many of our TACP researchers. So we look forward to continue that dialogue. But let's start off with the questions for panelists before we go to the audience questions. So let's start with you, Jim. How do you clearly you get many visitors with pitches and startup and entrepreneurs, very excited entrepreneurs coming to you in different areas. How do you really select them, given that your focus is on passenger experience versus low consumption of fuel or technologies with some other algorithms for better routing and all kinds of different things. So how do you make prioritization? These are like apples and oranges in almost some ways. So is it the quality of the entrepreneur and the passion and the history or pedigree, or is it just a challenging problem? What makes you think like this is the way I'm going to go with?
Yeah, that's a good question. And I think there's multiple pieces to it as well. For as far as what we're going to make an investment in, we've got a couple different time horizons that we work with. We've got something that's going to have an immediate impact. We've got something that's maybe more 2 to 5 years, and then we look at stuff that's 5 years and beyond. So one of the ways that we look at a new investment is there some immediate impact that JetBlue could have with this company? Is it feasible right now? So that could be something in the enterprise tech space or some kind of collaboration or distribution type product, right? If it's something that's immediate, a lot of times we're going to try and do a bit of an introduction if possible. We're going to see if business units at JetBlue can buy into this, if they're interested. That can play a huge factor in whether we're going to move forward with something. However, there's also cases where JetBlue may just not be ready for a certain technology. They may be working on something else at the moment. They don't have the time, the budget to look at something. There are definitely cases where we just look at a category and a company and we say, we think this is fascinating enough. We think it's going to be impactful enough in the travel industry that we should still move forward with the company. And we'll kind of work on, trying to get pilot programs or something later on with JetBlue when it makes more sense. And then on the other side, we are looking at stuff also that's far out in the future, right? So, you look at Joby and kind of the business case around our investment and our strategic relationship with Joby. It's not something that's going to happen anytime soon, realistically, but it's something that we thought was going to be very important to travel in the first place. And it made a lot of sense for us to get involved early. That's kind of the one where you're looking at, this is maybe an overused analogy, but nobody wants to be the taxi industry when Uber shows up or hospitality industry when Airbnb shows up. So this is a great way for us to have a seat at that table. But then if you want to boil down the question to just how do we really choose among all of the inbound stuff that comes in, I'd say it's pretty similar to a lot of other VCs. We're looking for really strong teams, with maybe a combination of good technical talent plus, leadership, someone who has a mission and vision and can convince other people to follow that. We want to see a market that's compelling. Sometimes gets a little nuanced for us because we are looking at certain things that are niche and maybe they're just very commercial aviation focused, and maybe we'll be okay with a smaller market. But most of the time, like most venture capitalists, we want to see a big market or a fast growing market. And we just want to see something that's differentiated and unique. So I imagine our filter and our process is going to be similar to a lot of the other panelists here.
Yeah, no, that's great. And I hope you get to see a lot of TACP showcase information here, because there may be some great opportunities that we would love to learn from you, where you might advise us on reducing the risk or accelerating, or could be partnership, or even possibly launching some independent companies out of that. So that would be another reason why you all are here, and I would love to get your feedback. Now, moving on to you, Greer, same question to you. How do you actually select these things? You have choices to be made, from maintenance to data analytics to supply chain to alternate fuels to lighting inside cabin and all kinds of interesting things. So how do you make those choices, and what do you look for?
Well, when we look at a startup and as a candidate to potentially invest in, we're going to look at the basic hygiene questions of do they understand who their customers are, what that market looks like, the timing assumptions associated with that, making sure they understand what their cash runway is and what their assumptions are around fundraising going forward. But as I mentioned during my intro, we also asked this question of why Boeing. We put together an investment hypothesis as to why we versus some other investors should put our capital into this company. And that why Boeing question can be multifaceted. It can be focused on an individual business unit or program. It could be providing channel access to that startup to the Boeing ecosystem, or it could be about enabling a much larger market ecosystem that may be emerging or is currently nascent. For each one of these, we put together a hypothesis and we begin trying to validate it. We ask our technical and our program subject matter experts within the market or industry or technology area where that startup resides to validate that what they have is differentiated or at least defendable. We engage our regulatory subject matter experts when we're talking about something that requires some kind of approval, be it type certification or perhaps changes to the operating rules that are currently presumed. It could be regulatory as it relates to dual use technology and export control, where there may be a much larger international market out there, and yet are they really doing the right things to position themselves to get that favorable determination for this new or emerging technology? Each one of these are not a gating function. It's quite all right for a startup to have a deficit in some of these areas. As a small company, they're going to be evolving their offering and going through this journey of understanding that customer and all the things you have to believe in order to be successful. And we can help them in those areas as well. We also have to be truth tellers, though. We have to set expectations with them both early and often around it. If they have an assumption of perhaps working with a Boeing program or perhaps gain traction with a tier 1 OEM, what the timing horizons may look like in capturing that kind of opportunity, what certification or other kinds of approvals are needed in order to capture that kind of opportunity, and really kind of challenge them of whether or not this is the right customer or market that they want to go into. And I think that's really important. Just because there's an application in aerospace does not mean that aerospace is necessarily the first market to go after. We've seen a lot of companies go after robotics or go after automotive first before they go into aerospace, and that makes a lot of sense. The hurdles to surmount in those industries may be a whole lot less compared to aviation. As we go through that hypothesis and try to validate it, we'll eventually find that small tranche of startups that are good candidates to invest in. But even after that investment, we have a team put together called Applied Innovation, whose job it is to realize that hypothesis, working as an internal business development liaison between that startup and our business units and other functional stakeholders to try to see that hypothesis bear out. The reality, though, is that many startups are not successful and have to go through a number of pivots in order to be successful. And as such, we know that hypothesis has to evolve as well. If we can help them get to that pivot faster by coming to insights in a much more advantageous way, we view that to be a success. And so when we look at these startups, we try to do our due diligence and ask that why Boeing question. And for the ones that can meet all those criteria, we find ones that are good fits for us.
Well, that's interesting. That's a great way, hypothesis-oriented word approach. That's good. That's Ms. Love, so same question to you. What kind of combination you look for? What are the right spices that make the flavor of Indian food really rich, right? So same thing. What do you look for, these different combinations and qualities of the product or the service that you want to offer with the people that are bringing it in and a market potential? What is that mix that you look for, and how do you weigh different factors?
So we always start off with the industry at large. We want the entrepreneurs to be in an industry that is experiencing a high growth, explosive growth. And the basic premise around that, even if we end up with an okay company in a in an industry that's going through an explosive growth, we'll do okay, much better than in with the best company in the space in an industry that's rapidly contracting, right? So we start off with that. The other thing, we then very quickly pivot onto the team. Who is the person? Who is the leader? How is all of this together? Can they really package a story? Can they sell it? Do they have the vision? And then the part that we're involved with, what can we do? What can we do to help? How do we do this? And we've kind of seen a couple of scenarios that work. And an interesting scenario that I'd perhaps like to talk about here is, we don't always wait for people to show up and say, hey, look, here is an industry X, it's going through a specific growth, and we have an idea. We see that all the time, love to see that. But a lot of times what we also see is we see holes or things and trends that are developing, and quite frankly, nobody's addressing them. We got one of the first investments that we did back in 2009, 2010 timeframe was we saw cybersecurity was becoming a big issue. So what we did, we just weren't finding, to be honest with you, the company that we could invest in. So we went out there and we created our own. We partnered up with some guys that had the technical talent. That was an initial first step. Then we sat down with them, figured out what does this team need to look like. And over a couple of years, we grew that team. We recruited the CEO, the BD guys, and everything else, and had a reasonably successful exit about 5-6 years later. So that whole we wouldn't shy away from a concept of, look, we're seeing a market opportunity, and what we really want to do is we want to find somebody that can come in and take advantage of that opportunity together with our platform and, quite frankly, the whole ecosystem that we bring about. So that part's perhaps a little different in terms of what we do and how we do things. That's potentially interesting to an organization like NASA, where you have a lot of technical talent and where people are perhaps seeing these big opportunities in terms of what could future really look like. And, perhaps the rest of the world hasn't necessarily caught on. That's one. We love when that happens. And then the second thing is, perhaps you need some business help, finance. How do you structure all of these things? How do we think about sales and marketing, promotions, those kinds of things? And those are the things that, we as a firm can bring to the table to, enable these companies to hopefully see the light of day.
Well, that's great. Thank you, Masla. Same question to you, Peter, in terms of you are looking for a new nascent sort of industry and ecosystem merging in terms of advanced air mobility or urban air mobility. And you don't have like Boeing's and JetBlue, that is ongoing operation that you had to kind of make sure that there's some connectivity. So how do you make those trades? Because there is not much history in some of these areas, and you're trying to plot new kind of way of thinking. So how do you make those choices? Are your choices and the decision process similar to others, or is there some subtlety that you had to take into account?
Yeah, certainly. So I'll try and build off of Mislav's sort of framing of it and unpack that a little bit more because I agree with a lot of what he just articulated. When we think about the spectrum of opportunities to put capital into at this point in time, I think we have to acknowledge that there is a lot of sort of open-ended white space. There's a lot of uncertainty in terms of the form and timing of how a lot of these things will roll out. And so, as I mentioned in the introduction, we are looking at investments that allow us to be at least a little bit agnostic to the answer to those very difficult to answer questions. And so we're looking at the enabling technologies, we're looking into the supply chain, we're looking at the systems and data that tie vehicles and infrastructure together, et cetera. But when we get further into that, when we think about, okay, what's going on macro in the industry, obviously we invest a lot of our time in domain knowledge in this space, both on the private sector side as well as building deep ties with the public sector stakeholders in this space. And when we're looking at individual opportunities, I think we spend a lot of time starting out with where in the value chain will this company with their commercial offering, where will they sit in that value chain? What will be the nature of their customer engagements? Are they potentially selling their offering to a large number of customers across different subsectors, different spaces? That's attractive. What does the sales cycle look like to get to work with those customers and get to the market to where you're not just doing one-off non-recurring engineering revenue or project-oriented revenue, but you're in repeatable sales, repeatable scalable commercial revenues. And what does the path to getting to that look like? And then, of course, many of the companies that all of us are dealing with are early movers in their respective space. But one of our questions is, strategically, what can the company do with that early mover status to convert it into something that's a more durable long-term advantage? So if it is a data company, is there the potential that the accumulation of data over time that this company generates gives them some kind of a unassailable strategic advantage in their space and enables them to serve their customers better and better, month after month, year after year? Is there some sort of inherent network effect in the business that they build, or can that be crafted into the product plan? So to sum up, we're thinking a lot about where they sit in the value chain, the types of customers they serve, how they reach those customers, and what they can do to become a highly profitable, fast-growing business over time. We similarly, tied to that, we really favor companies that have something about their technology, how they bring their product to market, whether it is software or whether it is manufacturing. Is there inherent scalability in that business? Or are there these very large late-stage financing rounds that they have to get through those gates in order to really be competitive in their market? Some types of manufacturing businesses need to invest to achieve real scale in manufacturing before their product is competitive in their market. And that may influence, the timing in terms of the stage at which we want to get involved. And it makes us think a lot about, okay, well, if we're part of this investment syndicate and we have these huge late-stage capital rounds that are required for the company to be successful, how can we get comfortable with investing in an early stage and yet still feeling like the syndicate as a whole has control over its destiny for the future of the company? So it ties into scale, it ties into de-risking. And when you're building innovations in an industry that has the different dimensions and the level of complexity of this one, and when you're taking into account all of those factors, obviously coming up with the creative solutions and acting on those solutions rests on the shoulders of the team, of the entrepreneurs. And so ultimately, this is very much a people business and organizational development task. And as investors who have sort of seen and watched many companies grow from that very early core out into an organization that is scaling, serving their customers, and planning for the future, how that organization builds out, how you think about the needs and the roles that emerge on the team over time, and how the organization stays ahead of that, and the culture that the company builds from the top, from the leadership down. That is such an influential. It's such an influencer of the outcome of the story that this company ends up writing, and it's something where as investors, with the observations, with the network, with whatever we can do to help stay in front a little bit for the company, it is really around that question of organizational development, trying to make the right connections for the management team so that they can build out that set of capabilities that they have in-house, and also to sort of shape culture around it. I think that is sort of the complementary, sort of orthogonal set of considerations that we bring to the table beyond the sort of first set of things around value chain position that I described.
Yeah, that's great. Nice comprehensive answer on that one, Peter. So one question for everyone, like real quick, what's the best way? We have a lot of work going on. You probably saw earlier on in the convergent aeronautics concepts. We have also some foundational work. We consider ourselves, at least my view of the world, is we are intrapreneurs, if not entrepreneurs, but it's a similar situation. What is the best way for us, intrapreneurs, to connect with you guys at VC World and say, here are the things we're doing. There may be opportunities to tie with something that you're already funding, or you might be interested in funding, or you might say, I really like that. I want to see you continue and reduce the risk so I can put in my next $100 million. If you do X, Y, Z, I am sure that there will be opportunity to invest further. So how does that engagement, we haven't had a good sort of structured engagement with the VC community, but we would like to. What's the best advice? Like, give me a short two-sentence answer. Is it just call me or send me text or whatever, or you could say, let's set up a structure where we can come down to your offices and give a 2-hour quick 5-minute each quick view. What's the best way to do that? Because we want to expose what we're doing to you and sort of gather a little bit more intertwined with your world and our world. They seem to be moving in the same way, but in different time scales, sometimes horizons. So there may be opportunities to synchronize.
I think that there are a lot of parallels in terms of what you're describing with what venture capitalists do. It is about reaching entrepreneurs. It is about touching a lot of companies that are out there in the community to understand what they're working on, what direction they're headed, what do they observe in terms of the industry, and where do they see the future going, and starting to synthesize an overall picture of what is going on in that innovation landscape and where the frontier lies. And if you're going to do that effectively, it means reaching entrepreneurs in a time efficient and very seamless way, and also reaching them with almost a value proposition of your own. So it's a bi-directional exchange of information, and so it is in a way, entrepreneurs are always pressed for time and for bandwidth, and having
I'm glad you said you're not pressed for money, which is the case in our case. So, well, that's good. That's encouraging. But go ahead.
but it is a coming to that community with things to offer and things to receive, and so there's this bi-directional exchange, this ability to leverage a network, to make introductions, through that comparing of notes and comparing of visions. Both parties are invested in the interaction, in the relationship, and this building this type of a network, building this type of a presence in the startup community is a long-term investment. It's something that you do with purpose, and it's something that you do where you're going to meet a bunch of different entrepreneurs, a bunch of different innovators, and you're going to remember that meeting, and you're going to remember what you heard from that. And at some point, you're going to find a chance to get back to them and offer some sort of value, an introduction, an insight, a connection, starting to build out that picture, and then starting to create insights derived from it. That's a lot of what we do, and I think there are a lot of parallels in terms of what NASA can be doing to connect deeper into this. It's a much broader set of industry sectors that are bringing forward some of the pivotal technologies that are going to drive this next wave in aeronautics. And by achieving that engagement, I think that there's a lot that can be done. It's just NASA has a different reason for doing it because of the role that NASA plays. But at an activity level and at the exchange level, there are so many parallels.
All right, so I'm going to take that opportunity and say I'm going to invite you all, maybe once in 6 months for a couple of hours and say, hey, here, we want to share with you. Come watch and see what's coming up. So let's get it into the question and answers from audience now. So Steve.
Thanks, PK. Boy, what a great conversation with everyone included here. And so I want to remind people to go to the link and put your questions in the IL tool for our wonderful panelists. We have a few minutes left with them. But as you do that, I think, and a lot of you touched on, there's a lot of you touched on, Peter, you hit on the edge of it a little bit there as well. A lot of times PK asked you about what do you look for to evaluate investment decisions? And most of these have been financial, technical, other forms of business acumen, which are obviously justified. But, internally, when we tossed aside that criteria slightly, when the TACP organizations look for it is something different. So specifically, what type of people do you look for? What criteria you're hoping to find in someone? What spark do you look for in someone that may allow you to predict that these individuals, they have the mindset for innovation. They have the mindset to push the boundaries beyond something that's traditional in there. I'll throw it to Jim real quick. And Jim, thoughts on that? What type of criteria of a person you look for?
Well, it is a little bit of a complex question if we're talking about dealing with, entrepreneurs within a company, within, organization like NASA, because normally I would be saying, we want that good combination of business savvy plus deep technical expertise, and we just don't quite have that. So I think coming out of an organization like NASA, what I would love to just see would be deep, interesting technical expertise and kind of pushing the boundaries in an area, something that just, that I don't really, I'm not going to be the expert. They should definitely be the expert. And I want to be opened up to something new that I didn't understand before. But I also would hope that they would kind of have the sense to think about the business case and help us on the external side think about, okay, this is something new, it's growing, it's not quite there yet, but this is how it could be used in the future. And then, to kind of go back to the other question, for me, I'm more than happy if someone just wanted to reach out to me and say, here's what we're working on, and here's what it could do in the future. Is there any possibility of an introduction or something? I'd be happy to get that email, that LinkedIn, that call, or whatever. For one, because obviously it could be good business, and two, because this kind of stuff just fascinates me. So please hit me up with all of your wild ideas.
Thank you.
Let's talk about
it. Yeah, thanks for that offer. That is excellent. Hey, Greer, same question to you about either the characteristics of the people that have a spark on, or the follow-up question that PK asked.
Sure. I oftentimes look for individuals that either have tremendous industry expertise within the sector they're going after, or alternatively a track record to very quickly jump into a new industry that they may not be aware of, know how to ask the right questions in getting up to speed for that industry, and then capturing opportunities accordingly. Those are really important attributes to have, because if you don't understand how a given customer set buys their capability or their offerings, what channels exist, what sensitivities around the offering may be within that particular industry, then it's hard to have success.
Yeah,
Great,
with those
thanks.
answers, Jim and Greer, you just made about 3,000 new friends today on your LinkedIn. So, all right, go for it, Steve. Next.
Good point, PK. That was great. Hey, there is a question in the IO tool that is a the $1 billion question, if you will, and so Mislav, let me hit you up first on this one. It's, what is the role of government research now that venture capitalists can provide more capital for R&D than, say, the government can or NASA can? So there's a good loaded question for you.
What is a good role of government research? I think it's incubation of talent, to be honest with you. And the key thing always for me is you've got to be able to answer, how does whatever you're doing fits into the bigger picture? Because ultimately, when you develop a product, you are going to need to figure out what is that industry, what is that customer that you're going to try to do this. And quite frankly, what is it that you know that nobody else knows? And if I think about, the things that where the government and perhaps private sector are very, very different is, if you're talking, VCs are not good guys to go and look for research and development money. It just isn't. The risk is huge. That's probably better left to for other companies. Now, at the same time, if you're talking, hey, look, we've got the research down. We're talking engineering. How do we get this scaled? How do we find customers? Those kinds of things get very, very. Those are exciting conversations for us. So really, really need to think hard in terms of, if NASA needs a sensor that's going to be installed on a Mars probe and NASA's going to buy 2 of those, probably not a good conversation with a VC. I'm not sure that goes anywhere. But if we're talking about something like laser communications between satellites, they can also be used in terrestrial environments, to enhance communication with airplanes. And now all of a sudden, that's a very interesting discussion. We can change the industry. We can scale the product, and quite frankly, generate financial returns. Because if I don't do that, people are not going to give me money. If they don't give me money, I'm sort of out of a job.
Right, but it's that bigger picture of broadening that applicability of the technology that is being developed is where it can be relevant to the private sector and relevant to others. So I love that.
Exactly.
Peter, similar question, the role of governmental research and taking it a step farther than Myslov started getting into. What are some of the value adds for both? Where are the areas that overlap in the Venn diagram between the venture capital community and government research?
Well, I think that there are some areas where government research can generate a really sort of high ROI for the whole community, the whole industry, is the type of research that is integrating other maturing technologies that are coming from a bunch of different disciplines, and integrating them together in a way that drives clarity in terms of the underlying architecture for the rest of the private sector innovators to then feel like, okay, now we have enough information about how the broader system or the landscape in which our innovation is going to compete in the market. Now we have enough clarity to deploy capital, to commit to a product roadmap, and to move forward with our business plan. And in an industry like aviation, regulators have such an integral role in defining safety and in defining how the overall system architecture looks, that there are some questions at that level with new technology integration. What will the new data link communications look like? What will the cybersecurity that secures that or provides resilient communications look like? What will the architecture of the airspace itself look like in order to support the new types of flight? There are, I think some, relatively near-term time horizon, relatively high ROI opportunities for government research to go and help answer those questions for the whole community. Because the alternative is, if that isn't done, the alternative is either we wait longer for any of these things to fly and to commercialize, or we end up depending upon a single very large vertically integrated technology provider to go and solve those problems end to end for the community. But then they are then in a very critical position for the whole industry, and they may become the gatekeeper to that whole system, which is probably not in the interest of the overall growth, breadth, and vibrancy of the industry. So if we can have research that enables a much wider field of participants by knocking out this whole list of architectural and standards questions, then we can probably get a lot out of that. Right, Greer, I see you shaking your head in a positive way. I assume you agree with that philosophy.
I love that answer, and the reason why is that in the advanced air mobility space, we are experiencing a whole new set of challenges that previously weren't of consideration, particularly around the Part 21.17b durability and reliability framework, where you are defining a new type of risk that may be out there, and the standards of how that is to be assessed is still pretty nascent. I mean, yes, there's a number of flight hours that have to be met, but as the operations become more sophisticated, there's going to be a lot of pioneering of what those standards look like. And I think for entities like NASA, they're well positioned to be able to be the leader in showing the right way of doing these kinds of assessments.
Yeah, that's great to hear, and I know a lot of people on the audience here will absolutely be excited to hear a statement like that. So that's great. Thanks for those comments. I want to yank one more question out of the IO tool here and abridge it a little bit, because it's a nice bookend for what we've spoken about today as we come near our end. But the question is, where do you see innovation and prime investment opportunities coming from? And earlier this morning we talked about the third wave of aviation. We heard Miles and Steve both talk about a little bit on the third wave of aviation. And so in that regard, are a lot of the opportunities you see coming from the U.S. or are they coming overseas? And are the emerging market players more global than domestic?
You know, one of the areas that I'm very, very excited about is space. And how space is exactly what is happening there is generally what we see in lots of industries. Cost of launch has started to come down dramatically. The advancements in electronics has brought the cost down in terms of developing a satellite down dramatically. Now, proverbial couple of guys in a garage can get something done versus 20 years ago, where unless they raised $500 to $1 billion, they just couldn't get it done. I think those kinds of things are starting to happen, and on our end, we're looking at that whole ecosystem and thinking, okay, well, what are those companies that are going to be providing those essential products or services to enable the whole ecosystem of the new space economy to develop? And then when we think about that, we think about, okay, where is it where we can be a value-added player, where we understand something about it? And then honestly, what are some of the areas that perhaps we should stay away from because it just doesn't fit the profile in terms of what we're looking at? So if you're talking something like a new laser communication system, great, very interesting to us. But if you're talking about developing a new, more heat-resistant material, that's a little tougher. That's a little tougher sell for us. And if you think about emerging markets, one of the things that we've been talking to people a lot is to see how you can introduce some kind of a regulatory arbitrage into the system. One of the big problems, to be honest with you, with aerospace investments, especially when it comes to urban air mobility and all of that, is the regulatory framework. And regulatory framework in terms of aerospace is very different from regulatory framework of pharmaceutical industry. For instance, if I'm developing a cancer medication, if I get through FDA, I know there's a market and there's somebody that's going to buy this. Here, just because FAA approves it, that doesn't mean that there is a market out there. So you got a regulatory risk, and then on top of that, you're layering commercial, technical, and all of those other risks. So what if you start thinking about it internationally? Zipline is a great example where they took their product and they moved it to Africa, and now if you go to Rwanda, you can get your medication delivered via drone. Yet you can't do that in the United States. And those kinds of things and creative challenges, creative resolutions to those kind of problems, those are the things with emerging markets that we're having discussions with people to understand what can we do there. And it's kind of sad to see that some of these things that should be happening here are happening overseas. And to be honest with you, I think it's going to continue. Yeah, it is. I think that is a concern, and it's on the minds of, I know, a lot of folks in the agency as well as external. PK, did you want to jump in with any thoughts on this? We're coming near the end of this. So
yeah, certainly. So I like that answer, Miroslav. I think you kind of allude to that MVP approach, minimum viable product, going to Rwanda or wherever. So that's great. I like what I heard from Greer on the hypothesis. I like from Jim about looking at the passenger experience, like making sure that the real beneficiary is the passenger at the end of the day. And I like what Peter is talking about in terms of where we want to go as the entire ecosystem setup. So on behalf of Transformative Aeronautics Concepts Program and the leadership there, and the various researchers from NASA Ames, Armstrong, Glenn, and NASA Langley, I really thank you for you being here. And we are going to take up your offer to connect with you and start to kind of engage with you a little bit more routinely, as much as you allow us to try to figure out how best we can cultivate the relationship and make this entrepreneur model work a little bit more in concert with each other. So with that, I'm going to turn it back. Thank you very much. And I'm going to give it back to Angela for the next step up. And Steve, thank you for bringing the audience questions in.
Yeah, no problem. PK, thank you for doing that and moderating that. What a great session. And yeah, let's turn over to Angela and John to close us out today.
All right, thank you, everyone. Thank you very much to the panel. That was an amazing conversation. Hopefully everyone got a lot from that. Steve, or John and I are going to close out here. Thank you also to Steve for moderating. That's a big task to do throughout the day, so we appreciate all of your time in posing those questions to all of the speakers today. Real quick, we're going to go through a little bit, just touching base on what we went through today, and then close out for the day. So everyone will be out before 5 o'clock. So I just want to touch on thanking everyone. First off, everyone for being here today, all of the support that we had from the NARI team, from all of our presenters, from everyone online that basically stayed with us all day long with those short breaks. And then from there, kind of discussions about, where we're going forward. But first of all, I need to make sure that, I'm not sure if John has any popcorn left, so checking on you to see if you have any popcorn.
I've been enjoying it most. I don't know that I have an awful lot left here, Angela.
You don't? Okay.
I don't, yeah.
I can't see you on screen here, so we have to fix this first.
Well, that's okay.
There, now I can see it. So now you said you're out of popcorn?
I've got nothing left in here, I think.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, I still have plenty here, so I'm just going to throw you some so that you have some so we can finish the discussion.
All right, good. You can never have.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
All right, you have to catch this. Ready? Here we go.
Yeah, okay. Beautiful. Thank you.
Good.
Thank you. It's buttery. Thank that's great.
Yeah. I give you some. Oh, there.
All right.
So Angela, pieces, but the kids will get angry if I share. So you'll have to hold out to get your own.
This is better than throwing a bucket full of ice cold water on his head, for sure.
Yeah. Well,
when do you get to throw popcorn?
But at any rate, I really think that this was an incredibly successful day. I mean, I like so much of what we talked about. But Angela, what are some of your thoughts?
I had a lot of thoughts throughout the day, and I think a lot of the main overall message is the impact that NASA Aero has on the community, not just within our small community of NASA, but then industry, academia, partnerships that we have, and I think that was basically shown throughout the day. Yeah. I think Miles and Steve discussion this morning, they were talking about space versus aero and how NASA has a huge impact on people's lives. Like people actually see tangible things that we create or that we put out, whether they realize it or not, that NASA has a big role in it. And then how that builds on science and how, we're bringing in our educators from university innovation and CAST and T-Cubed, and how we're bringing those, the younger generations of the workforce and basically teaching them, mentoring them. So, by the time they get out into the field, they know exactly what they need to do. And, it's maturing technology. So, and also the third thing on that was, how we can rapidly explore and do smart failures within TACP. So, it's within the range of our abilities within the program.
Building off of that too, the theme that Miles introduced and talked about with Steve was that third wave of aviation, and the nature of that particular challenge that we're facing, and even whether we are up for that challenge. And talking to Miles, we're getting the impression that we are in a leadership role there, whether it be in areas of batteries or motors or composites or AI, ML, autonomy, all things that I think are content or characteristics of that third wave. And certainly, as we look towards our connections with our partners in Europe and some of the challenges they're taking on, I think that third wave and the sustainability element, the electrification are all part of that. trying to understand what those sustainable goals are for commercial aviation and allowing us to take those risks that in some sense the private sector cannot, to reduce elements of that. The UI, the CAST, the TCube mentorship elements and capability growth, I think was a great connection of what we do and what some of those needs are going forward.
No, I completely agree with you. I liked how also Miles, he talked about never wasting a crisis. And I feel like we go through this all the time, whether it's 9/11, it's COVID, it's usually something that we feel is like devastating and negative, but it can pull people together. It can make us think outside of the box. It causes us to pause and reflect on what's going on in the fast-paced world. And we get a lot of our ideas when we are able to sit and think. So it's just using that creativity to just push things out. And I think even today, with all the networking, we're able to see all these different technologies come to play.
Yeah. Well, and just speaking of making us think differently, this last panel with the VCs that PK drove was just incredible. I found myself sitting there trying to think of, what are those key messages that came out? I struggled in part because there were so many key messages to try to deliver here. I think one of the things that struck me initially, the fact that we talk about our need to team and to leverage and to build off of a network of investors and stakeholders. They seem to be doing the exact same thing. These aren't coming in with the one single big bet where they are owning this new company, but they're building that across the entire venture community. They are clearly defining their mission, things that are also important for us. The JetBlue comment about their travel focus, their hospitality focus. We were looking at mobility transformation themes that struck most of these companies, which is why they were here talking with PK. But dual use technologies, market product fit, supply chain, all things that we see as important. And the fact that the culture the company builds from the start is such an important aspect of how they make their investment decisions. The value chain, but also understanding that government can have a role in elements of that through the as the incubator of talent, and that integration comment that Peter brought up relative to providing clarity on building technologies and markets that NASA or the government can provide for enabling a wider field of participants. So much of that that came out, and again, the richness of the conversation was just so good. The overviews that our projects provided, I think, set the stage tremendously for the next couple of days. And I think we're in good shape to take things forward tomorrow.
No, I agree with you. I think tomorrow, with all the details that we're going to go into with UI, USRC, so the students' innovation, tomorrow we have a sci-fi writer talking about world building, and it's kind of similar to the aspects that TQ brought up today about mentioning about tool building and how we actually create tools and how we push those out, and kind of fits into with that. The sci-fi writer, talking about creating a story, and that's what we do. Yes. Also, we have a Hollywood innovator tomorrow. If everyone's checked it out, he's on the website as well. Removing barriers and creating opportunities, and how do we do that? And that's similar to permeable boundaries that Mike Rogers brought up today. Reaching out, getting out to the community, figuring out what everyone needs, and how do we set that path for the future of innovation. So next was basically also the transformation strategy, future innovation landscape for tomorrow.
Yeah, no, and we've got some of our folks that are going to be talking about some of their elements and interests in that area. We have a panel on innovation partnerships that we're going to be building off of a particular example that we've got, but I think are touching on so many of the themes that we laid out today. So again, exciting day ahead, and we're looking forward to it. Angela, what about you?
No, I'm super excited too, and hopefully we gave everyone a couple minutes back in their day, but we're looking forward to seeing everyone tomorrow. So people can still register. If you want to tell your friends, they can come and see. It's going to be a really exciting day tomorrow. It's going to be very fast-paced, but you're going to get a lot out of it. We do have some poster sessions, and we're going to close for the day. So I'm going to say that's a wrap.
And thank you. Yep.